Good evening, everyone. I declare the Ordinary Council meeting of the 24th of March 2026 held in Council Chambers at Level 2, 388 Hay Street, Subiaco, open at 5:31 p.m. Welcome councillors, welcome staff, welcome members of the public here and online. And no, I won't welcome the media, but I'm sure one of the local representatives is on his way. On behalf of the City of Subiaco, I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on this evening, and I recognise their ongoing connection to our land and waterways here in the City of Subiaco. Okay, I'll take attendances now, and we've got a full complement of 9 elected members here in person, so good evening to you all. And I think we've got the whole executive leadership team here to advise us as needed, along with a complement of other managers and staff members who will announce as and when we need a call on them. Okay, we'll move to leave of absence requests, beginning with Councillor Rosemary de Vries seeking a leave of absence for the 21st of April 2026. Do I have a mover and a seconder to approve that leave? Councillor Pine, thank you, and Councillor Powell. Okay, I'll put that to the vote.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, councillors. The leave is approved unanimously. Secondly, Councillor Bridget Pine has sought a leave of absence for the period from the 23rd of April to the 27th of April 2026 inclusive. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Johnston and Councillor O'Connor, thank you. I'll put that to the vote. Thank you, councillors. That leave is approved unanimously also. Okay, disclosure of interest. I know of at least one. Councillor Johnston, a disclosure on the confidential item 7.1.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, Nicola Johnston, wish to declare an interest in Agenda 7.1 to be considered by Council at its meeting on the 24th of the 3rd, 26. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Clause 22, brackets 2 of the Code of Conduct for Council members, committee members and candidates. The nature of my interest is I'm friends with someone who could be impacted by the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Doesn't look like it. There were no public questions previously taken on notice, so we'll move to public question time. Beginning with Richard Yin of Commercial Road, Shenton Park. Mr. Yin, Dr. Yin. Just so that everyone knows, if you could press your microphone so that we record the questions and the statements. Yeah, press it's probably the button on the right and you'll see a light up. That'll show you you're live.
So this question should be understood in context also of a future statement that I'll be making. So it's regarding the Civic Centre. Before any decision is influenced by cost concerns alone around the Civic Centre, can Council confirm that the total cost of ownership analysis has been conducted, including future retrofit cost, energy performance savings and the increasing value of public green space as Subiaco density grows? Subiaco residents deserve confidence that any pressure to reduce scope or quality is being tested against long-term value, not just upfront expenditure. Will Council commit to ensuring that a full value assessment, not just a cost assessment, forms the basis for any amendments to this proposal before it's put to a vote? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Director Corporate Services. If everyone wouldn't mind also pressing their button to turn off their microphone, that'll allow the staff to answer the questions. Thank you. Ms. Wollaston.
Thank you, presiding member. So the business case for the project, as outlined in the officer's recommendation to the council, would certainly include whole-of-life assessment of costs of each of the respective options for progressing the project, as outlined in the officer's report.
Can I respond to that? I'm just thinking in terms of the broader scope that I actually asked.
I'm going to say no, simply because we've got a lot of questions and statements to get through. If you want to follow up the discussion, you can contact any of us. And if you're really not happy with the answer, there's always future council meetings as well where you can ask your question publicly. Paul Clements at Barker Road.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Questions? Not yet. Sorry. My first question, Mayor, is regarding the petitions. People signed independent petitions considering that they had made a valid contribution to the consultation process. The petitions were submitted within the time frame and with very clear in their intent. They were not included in the analysis. My question is, what was the response of AHA to the petitions?
Thank you. Director, Corporate Services.
Thank you, presiding members. So the city's meeting procedures local law provides that formal petitions to the city are to be addressed to the mayor, be made by the electors of the district, state the request on each page of the petition, and contain the name, address and signature of each elector making the request and the date each elector signed, amongst other things. As such, the community petitions submitted were not formal petitions within the context of the city's governance framework. However, officers have included the petitions within their report to council in order that they may still form part of the public record and are absolutely tabled for consideration by council at today's meeting. AHA Consulting were engaged to analyse submissions made through the city's formal engagement channels in relation to this project. That was probably before the petitions came about or were submitted. It's likely that many community members that signed the petitions also submitted survey responses. So reconciling petition signatures with council survey submissions for inclusion in the AHA report would most likely be a lengthy and potentially costly task, and it may not yield further information as to community sentiment than what is already available across the survey results and the petitions.
Thank you. Mr. Clements, your second question.
Just on that, but I don't think it answers my question as what was the AHA response to the petitions?
Okay, fortunately, I said this to the first person who asked a question, so I think, Mr. Clements, I'll take the same approach. You ask your question, you get the answer. If you don't like it, we can continue the conversation offline.
Fine, just make the point, yeah. Second question, has been stated that proposed plans have been put forward to gauge the response of the community. It has also been stated that the cost so far to one architect alone is approximately $750,000. I believe there's also additional costs. Why has this amount of money been spent on essentially sketch plans that could have been produced for around $30,000?
Ms. Wollaston.
Thank you, presiding member. So the design team was appointed by council in May 2025 and has proceeded to support the concept phase of the project in line with that awarded tender. So this has included more than just sketch plans that you mentioned. It's included things like in-depth consultation with various prospective user groups, iteration of the concept design options that reflect staff and community feedback, work with cost planners to seek value management opportunities, and workshops with elected members to support appropriate progress of the project. Work on value management opportunities alone would repay the investment to date by some multiples. The approach taken responds to the concerns of the various community members to ensure that the project is undertaken in a robust manner by well-credentialed professionals in line with the approach undertaken for other major architectural projects across the state and country. It is challenging to respond to requests from community members for a significant volume of expert information from advisors such as engineers, cost experts, arboriculturists, heritage advisors and architects, essentially, without paying for that information.
Thank you. Linda Rogers from Park Street, Subiaco, submitted a question, and I understand Jackie Greenshields will ask the questions for Linda. If it's not Jackie, it'll be Mark Tonti. No? Oh, sorry. Ms. Greenshields. Yes, we'll get a lower podium next time.
I'm submitting 2 questions which comment on the design and configuration of the proposed new civic centre. Question 1. During a meeting I attended on January 30 providing information on the proposed civic centre, attendees were told Subiaco has 43 building assets. I asked about a few buildings and were told that they were not in good condition. The staff did not have maintenance timelines with them. Subsequently, I tried to find a list of those assets, i.e. which ones are freehold and which ones are on Crown land. One of our assets was recently demolished due to neglect. I believe the community should be able to access a readily available list of our assets and how their planned maintenance is fitted into Subiaco's long-term financial planning. Is it the job of council to bring up maintenance issues or the privy of staff to remind council that maintenance is due? Can the city provide a list of its current assets and their conditions and the maintenance plans?
Director Corporate Services.
Thank you, and through you, presiding member, thank you for your question. So officers maintain the city's building assets to ensure that they are maintained in good condition for community use. This is managed through a range of operational contracts to ensure that a suitable mix of proactive and reactive works are undertaken over time. For example, there's contracts in relation to cleaning, pest control, doors and gates, maintenance and repairs, electrical services, plumbing, and so on. It's unlikely that the community would gain practical value from having access to those contracts, noting that those over the tender threshold of $300,000 are always tabled at public council meetings for council's decisions and public transparency. There are also internal asset management plans, protocols and procedures which detail how various assets are maintained. These various internal mechanisms have not been collated to be fit for community consumption. It would probably take a bit of time to pull them together in such a format. Officers do present condition reports to elected members from time to time, for example, as part of budget workshops to inform asset investment decisions and to support their consideration of which facilities may be suitable for substantial renewal or investment. This is teamed with presentation of things like community feedback results on a range of matters. For example, through the biannual community scorecard and through the recent council plan survey, we hear how communities receive and appreciate the current condition of facilities amongst other community priorities. So such surveys help council to ascertain those matters of priority for investment by the city. Which may include a range of things alongside the city's buildings, for example, parks, streetscapes, community events, and so on. Recent investments, which council has decided to progress, have included refurbishment of the library and museum, and council plan projects are underway to upgrade the Shenton Park Community Centre and to invest in the revitalisation of Lords. Details of facilities available for community use are available on the city's website. A summary of the city's approach to managing its assets is provided in the council plan, also available on the city's website. Officers also recently introduced a new annual plan section to the city's annual budget to better explain priority investments, including investments in the city's buildings.
Thank you. Ms. Greenshields.
Question 2. I'm inquiring about the Palms, Tom Dador House, the Forest Street car park and Lords in relation to proposed civic centre design. The Palms was used for community events such as the annual electors meeting. It was rented for events. It could be used almost immediately for exhibitions and public events. As well, our reflective park in the council gardens was proposed as an active public space when not far away, at cost of millions. The Forest Street car park was levelled, squared and electrified some years ago to handle food carts and public events. To my knowledge, it has been used approximately 3 times. The Tom Dador building is another asset that can be used for meetings. Finally, Lords, a well-loved facility well used and in need of complete refurbishing. How does Lords and other community assets figure in long-term financial planning when considering the huge costs the proposed civic centre entails?
Thank you. Ms Wollaston.
Thank you, presiding members. So to provide you with some information about that, so as per question 1, officers provide a range of information to elected members to support their consideration of the city's various facilities, as well as other city priorities. Officers have over time provided various options to elected members in respect of Tom Daydor, the Palms and Lords, including financial estimates for provisioning in the city's long-term financial plan. The revitalisation of Lords is currently being progressed as a council plan project. Staff continue to provide information to elected members over time to assist in considering future options, potential costs and funding sources, and recognition of the importance of to the community of valued indoor recreation facilities being supported into the long future. It's also noted that if council opts to include community facilities in the civic building, it could free up Tom Daydor to be partially or wholly repurposed towards other priority community needs that were expressed through the recent consultation period and through other consultations, for example, an arts hub, performing arts space and or a women's shed, subject to future council decisions. This is a good example of the way that council decisions relating to investments in facilities may be intertwined. It may also depend on future state government decisions, for example, in relation to the state gifting facilities to the city or co-collaborating on facilities. Community needs also tend to evolve over time, and Parks and Leisure WA guidelines for community infrastructure recommend that community facilities should be designed to maximise flexibility so that they can respond and adapt as needs change. So while it's difficult to have a crystal ball as to the future needs and opportunities for all of the city's facilities at once, so to speak, officers may certainly ensure that there is sufficient provision for appropriate evolution of the facility suite within the city's long-term financial plan.
Thank you. The next set of questions come from Andrea Hawkes of Francis Street, Subiaco. Ms Hawkes.
Good evening, everyone. My questions relate to item C3. My first question is, I ask this question on behalf of the now 1,062 people, 1,043 at lodgement, who've signed my online petition to stop the redevelopment of Rankin Gardens. I started the petition because the initial consultation period was only 4 weeks. Online petitions are practical and convenient ways for people to have a say on an issue, particularly when time is short. Staff have been aware of my petition since December. I mentioned it in my public statement at the council meeting on 24th of February, and the petition was lodged formally on 26th of February. In this context, why wasn't AHA Consulting briefed to include petitions in its report? Or if they were so briefed, why didn't they include the results of mine and the other petitions? Their report included 3 pages on the responses to the city sentiment flyer for completeness, curiously without counting the results in the analysis, but no mention of the petitions.
Thank you. Director, Corporate Services.
Thank you, presiding member, and thank you for your question. So as advised to Mr Clements, who I believe just asked a very similar question, the petitions, and I think we've given you this advice previously as well, are not formal petitions within the city's meeting procedures local law, which has various requirements as to what a formal petition to the city needs to include. Nevertheless, officers did include the petitions within their report to council in order that they still form part of the public record and are tabled for consideration by council at today's meeting. AHA Consulting were engaged to analyse submissions made through the city's formal engagement channels in relation to the project. The petitions have been tabled as part of the officer's report. It's likely that many community members that signed the petitions also submitted survey responses. Reconciling petition signatures with council survey submissions for inclusion in the AHA report would be a lengthy and potentially costly task, and as I said previously, would unlikely yield further information. All of the information is there in petition, and all of the the various signatures are there for council to see, and so the community sentiment expressed within those petitions is clear without needing to combine the petitions and the survey into one report.
Ms Hawkes, your question 2.
From the outset of the public consultation period, the City encouraged people to submit feedback and offered different ways for doing so. The list was not exhaustive. There was nothing on the website saying you could only submit comments once or using only one method. I know of people who chose to submit feedback in different ways, including emailing separate submissions on different aspects as information came to light. In answer to my question at the annual electors meeting, the Mayor confirmed that email was a valid feedback method. The AHA Consulting report states that they disregarded deemed duplicate submissions based on name and email address. The public wasn't warned that this might occur. Why didn't the City's website tell people up front that any feedback deemed to be duplicated would be disregarded for stated reasons, and what were the precise criteria used by AHA in deciding which submissions were disregarded?
Thank you. Ms Wollaston.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So AHA Consulting took this approach in relation to how it categorised community feedback when summarising things like sentiment and themes to ensure that each individual was only represented once in each of those data sets. It was assumed that the most recent submission was more likely to be the most reflective of the respondents' views than the older submissions. It should be noted that all of the feedback has been provided to elected members in raw form and has also been extensively canvassed by officers and the design team to ensure that we've all had full consideration of all of the submissions in line with the City's commitments.
Thank you. Jackie Greenshields of Salisbury Street, Subiaco. 2 questions on C3.
My questions relate to the site suitability and the technical due diligence of the proposal for item C3. The City's proposal involves an intensification of use by consolidating a corporate headquarters for 160 administrative staff, plus constant rotation of consultants, contractors, library patrons, museum visitors and ratepayers onto this single constrained civic precinct. This represents an operational oversaturation of a site that lacks the requisite footprint to accommodate this volume of people and vehicles. Furthermore, the proposal to remove the Rose Furman Education Centre land along Hammersley Road for a basement or undercroft parking entrance introduces a high volume of traffic directly into a sensitive primary school zone. So my questions are, why has the City failed to present a high capacity alternative site assessment for the 160 administration staff rather than pursuing a saturation level development on a site with significant infrastructure in historic garden constraints?
Ms Wollaston.
Thank you, Presiding Member, and thank you for your question. So officers have worked directly in support of prior council resolutions to progress the option to demolish and rebuild on the site within the civic precinct. The business case proposed by officers as part of the agenda report may certainly assist with comparison to the sorts of alternatives that you suggest. Operational considerations such as traffic impacts are a core consideration for the project wherever it is based. It is noted that the City previously based most of its staff in the civic precinct with no noted concerns from the community regarding the level of activity on the site or traffic flows to and from the site. It's noted that the design team's concept situates the building directly on the current footprint of the building on the site rather than expanding in different directions, thereby minimising the impact on valued aspects of the surrounding landscape, such as the mature tree canopy. The current building has been extended twice since 1968 to accommodate more staff in response to new service requirements being transferred from other levels of government to local government in order to support community use of the building and mitigate further impact on the landscape. The consultation concept proposes 3 stories, essentially going upwards rather than outwards. This is similar to the original City Hall built in 1957, which is now known as the Subiaco Arts Centre.
Thank you. Ms Greenshields.
Question 2. Will the council, as part of recommendation 3, commission an independent structural engineering report to determine the adaptive reuse capabilities of the existing building, ensuring the renovation options are evaluated against objective technical data?
Thank you. Ms Wollaston.
Thank you, Presiding Member, and thank you for your question. So the City has certainly previously commissioned independent structural engineering reports of the building to support Council's decision-making in respect of this project. For example, in respect of the decision to pursue a new build that was made in December 2022. Included in the December 22 report was a quote from MJA Architects, which was consistent with various advice the City has been provided from experts before that time and after the fire. This advice was as follows. The existing built form has been subject to a range of ad hoc alterations since its construction, which has resulted in a building that is now poorly planned, inefficient, and with limited access to natural light and ventilation. From our experience, projects proposing to reuse existing building fabric are viable when there is heritage value in the original building fabric, the orientation of floor plan are well considered, site constraints can be addressed, and the required building brief can be accommodated appropriately. The existing council chambers and administration building is of no heritage value, and while it appears to be structurally sound, the poor orientation and inherent limitations of the construction methodologies are such that to retain it would, in our opinion, severely limit the success of any outcome. As such, from our experience of similar projects, options 1 and 2 provide limited value for the City, and those we're in respect of refurbishing the existing building, as the inherent limitations of the original building will for the most part remain once the works are complete, and the works undertaken will not greatly extend the useful life of the building. From our experience, the option presenting the best value for money for the City, Council and community at large is option 3, demolition and rebuild, for the following reasons. The new build will have a much longer design life than a renovation of the existing structure. The new build will have a lower operational cost per annum than a renovation of the existing structure. The new build is likely to require a smaller footprint, limiting impact on surrounding parkland, and the new build allows for consolidation of multiple community services, ensuring greater vibrancy on site and freeing up those sites for potential leasing or redevelopment. This option offers the opportunity to develop a building that is fit for purpose, reflecting a clear prioritisation of community needs and a long-term commitment to providing a high-quality, sustainable asset. So thanks for bearing with me on that one. We've received that type of question quite a few times, so it's just helpful to remind people of how Council considered that decision in December 2022. But as outlined in the officer's report, it is recommended that a refurbishment option is prepared as part of a business case in order that it is available for comparison. The business case would be presented to a future ordinary Council meeting and available for public scrutiny.
Thank you. 2 questions submitted by Johanna van Gorkum Dirks, Hensman Road, Subiaco.
Thank you. My questions also relate to item C3. The City of Subiaco Local Planning Strategy 2020 states there is no need to plan for a new primary school within the Subi Central or Subi East precinct, which is based on demographic data from 2016. When Subiaco Primary School had 414 students. In 2025, the school had 626 students, 706 if part-time kindy students are included as well. And growth projections suggest that number will grow by another 450 students by 2030. My question, given the population surge and loss of green land that the school faces from this project, has Council considered alternative options? For instance, the Palms Community Centre. I know it's been asked before. But the Council already owns the land, which has more open space available without the constraints from adjacent tree canopies. It has a beautiful backdrop of mature palm trees. It's visible from Thomas Street, and it would be a great location for a legacy architectural project for the city. Thank you.
Director of Development Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So thank you for your question. Planning for primary schools is the responsibility of the Department of Education through the state government, and they've got several tools that they can plan for and cater for the changing nature of enrolments over time. And I understand the current enrolments at Subi Primary School have baseline or flattened for the current year from last year. The projections in the local planning strategy that you mentioned, they considered the future growth scenarios up to about 2050. And they consider the demand through the Department of Education, who are actually well placed to continually plan for the growth and cater for any demand, either through capital investment or considering and or amending their local area catchments, which they have control over. So in terms of the current site, the officers are currently implementing the council resolutions to progress with the option to demolish and rebuild on the site within the civic precinct. This is consistent with the nature of the site, of the local reservation, the heritage considerations, and the natural location of it being on Rockaby Road. Subiaco is a well-established inner city location, and this means that redevelopment of any site, including the Palms, will require careful consideration with local stakeholders, and the city will continue to work closely with Subiaco Primary School and the Department of Education in the context of the civic precinct redevelopment as it progresses.
Thank you. And your second question.
Thank you. Rosalie Primary School and Bob Hawke College within the city of Subiaco have significant off-site playing fields and playgrounds provided and maintained for by the city. Subiaco Primary School has Rankin Gardens to the east and Theatre Gardens to the west. However, neither are greatly suitable for a primary school's needs. Rankin Gardens lacking play space and Theatre Gardens being separated from the school by a car park and lacking sport facilities and a significant open space. My question, regardless of the outcome regarding the contentious land parcel used by the school, given the predicted student population increase, would City of Subiaco considering adapting either Rankin Gardens or Theatre Gardens to be better suited to the school needs as part of this redevelopment? For example, removing the less significant rose beds in Theatre Gardens to create more open space, possibly for sports used by the children. Thank you.
Mr. Petrovsky.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So Subi Primary School was one of the first stakeholders that the city proactively engaged, and we did this through prior to community consultation, presenting to the school board meeting in November 2025. Now, the civic precinct redevelopment opens up a range of opportunities to resolve some of the challenges currently facing the school. I've said it previously, but the overall school planning, in light of the increasing density, is the responsibility of the Department of Education. But we haven't rested there. The city has had many conversations with the Department of Education over the years to advocate for prioritising improvements for Subiaco Primary School. The city and Subi Primary School collaborate on a range of initiatives and are committed to continually working closely as the civic precinct design continues to develop, in particular considering how the design may serve a dual purpose of improving some of the issues currently facing the school. I know that you've mentioned some specific ideas today, however, community consultation has only just closed and we're considering that report now. So specific ideas such as the repurposing of Rankin Gardens towards school use, that will need some more consideration in light of all the other comments and information that we've received, and that will develop as the project continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Battison of Keatley Road, Shenton Park.
Hello. Continuing with questions regarding item C3. The civic precinct redevelopment plans circulated for comment excluded mention of the Rose Furman building and grounds surrounding it. This site is currently leased from City of Subiaco by the Department of Education, and it's used for a Year 1 classroom, offices, toilets and playgrounds by Subiaco Primary School. The lease for this site is set to end in June 2027. The plans provide scant information for the intended use of this site, although on the recent design it appears to be forsaken as land for the school children in favour of a driveway for the civic precinct. My first question is, can the City of Subiaco formally exclude this site from the civic development area and extend the lease to the Department of Education and Subiaco Primary School, or as a minimum, commit to extend the lease to the Department of Education and Subiaco Primary School until the Department of Education has constructed an alternative classroom and playground to replace it?
Thank you, Director Development Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Thank you for your question. So I'll just provide some context about the location of the driveway. So a key objective of the civic precinct redevelopment was to improve the safety of local users, including community members accessing city services, such as the library and the museum, and members of the local primary school community. The current civic precinct site has significant issues with local students interacting with vehicles in an unsafe manner, I should say. And this is really caused by the access from Rockaby Road, which is traversing through a pedestrianised area causing conflict. My officers and staff and even myself have witnessed this conflict through people in vehicles on a very regular basis. So over time, many initiatives have been trialled to reduce this conflict, which is a result of the design, which is intended to prioritise cars over people. And in many instances, teachers have been taken away from teaching duties to assist with traffic management. Now, turning to the Rose Furman site, it contains a driveway, which is intended to be used to facilitate access to the rear of the proposed civic redevelopment. This is an opportunity which allows for the retention of mature trees in Rankin Gardens and can be designed in a way to reduce the risk of conflict between students and cars, and these design options are still open. So the city has had many conversations over the years with the Department of Education, as you've probably heard me say now, regarding the condition of the Rose Furman site, including the need to consider replacement options. And we will continue to collaborate with the Department of Education and the Subiaco Primary School to minimise any disruption to the school through the design, development and through the construction phases of this project.
Thank you. Ms. Battison.
Am I allowed to respond to that question or just have to go on to the next agreed question? Okay. Oh, I can respond? No, okay, next question. Okay, that's fine. I'm new to this. All right, has an independent building or structural report been conducted on the Rose Furman building? And is there any prospect of extending the life of this building for the school?
Thank you. Mr. Petrovsky.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the condition of the building is assessed annually, and it's done through, as part of the city's required fair value assessments of its buildings, and it's done through the annual financial statements requirements. It is always possible to extend the life of a building. However, it comes at an increase in cost compared to replacing the building, particularly as the building ages. In some instances, buildings cannot be brought up to current standards given their existing condition and or the design.
Thank you. Tamara Brestovach of Cross Street, Shenton Park.
Thank you. Continuing on with questions concerning Subiaco Primary School. One of the answers to the frequently asked questions states the city will continue to work with both the department and Subiaco Primary School to ensure a mutually beneficial outcome. The city officers presented the civic precinct plans to the school board in November 25 and then subsequently published the plans for community feedback. The school board was invited to provide comments during this presentation. However, it is unclear if and how these comments were included in the AHA consultation report. The Subiaco Voice of Youth was also consulted. This is a group comprising 12 young people aged 12 to 25. it is unclear if any of these pupils were current or former students of Subiaco Primary School, or whether the impact of the land and the building used by the school was made clear to them. My question is, can the city please explain or clarify how they intend to better engage with the Subiaco Primary School or the Subiaco Primary School PNC in the redesign process to ensure mutual beneficial outcome as described in this frequently asked question answer? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Petrovsky.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So I won't repeat the line, but you'll see it in the response that we did present in November 2025. And at this meeting, officers advised that community consultation would be opening shortly, so the board were given a heads up, and that the local community members were actually encouraged to make a decision through that formal consultation process. Now, you mentioned the Subiaco Voice of Youth, and they're a very important part of what the city provides for emerging and younger people, but they were primarily engaged to hear from younger people more generally. Now, its members may include people who went to Subiaco Primary School, or they still might be at Subiaco Primary School, but they weren't engaged as a response from Subiaco Primary School, more for younger people generally. So given that the community consultation has now concluded the results that were that came from that consultation phase are shared in the AHA report. In terms of going forward, Subiaco Primary School and the Department of Education, they are the responsible organisations for the control and management of the school, and they will continue to be a key stakeholder pending council decisions regarding the options for the civic and building and gardens going forward. As I've said before, the civic precinct redevelopment opens up a range of opportunities to resolve some of the challenges of a cherished school, which continues to grow and adapt. So it's a journey that we're going on.
Thank you. Stephanie Stroud of Barker Road.
Good evening. I appreciate you're in for a very big night. I think it must be a record that there are 6 alternatives on an agenda and 3 for one item. Anyway, my question tonight concerns the neighbouring Subiaco Primary School and C3. The Subiaco Primary School is wedged between the civic precinct and the theatre gardens, with no room to cater for the increasing intake of students. The planned non-renewal of the lease for the Furman Centre and Playground presents a concerning loss of facilities and play space for the school. Additionally confronting is the proposed roundabout on Hammersley, and roundabouts are not good pedestrian areas, and the obvious traffic increase, not only from the inclusion of operational staff in the new civic centre, but also from the community use of the proposed facilities. School parents are also losing the safe and convenient on-surface parking in the civic precinct. And I observed the other morning they even jump over the fence into the school. And this is used for school drop-off and pick-up. So my question is, what does the city propose to ameliorate these concerns? And please tell me more than talking
Thank
to
you.
the board.
Director of Technical Services.
Thank you for your question. So, as you'd imagine, traffic planning will be a key consideration of this project, depending on how council decides to proceed. So the current Rockaby Road crossover and access ways that exit onto Back Road has created numerous problems over the years, including pedestrian safety. As you've heard earlier, this has required operational changes and the need for teaching staff to divert efforts to pedestrian access rather than to student learning outcomes, and has also not fully eliminated the issues. So careful consideration has been given and will be further assessed to ensure the broader precinct is safer for pedestrians than the current situation. And there are a range of opportunities to resolve some of the challenges of the school, including the opportunities to provide pedestrian access, particularly during peak times of pickup and drop off. So the current concept of the precinct would eliminate the vehicle and pedestrian conflicts that exist within the precinct and enable vehicle access via a lower volume, lower speed, and reduced conflict environment on Hammersley Road. Importantly, most of the vehicle movements for the proposed civic precinct car park would actually not coincide with the peak times for student movements as well. And also the current concept also provides for more parking bays within and around the precinct that could be used by school families as well. This will further be considered in detail as part of a traffic impact statement, as is typical for developments of this kind, further in the design process once the form and function of the precinct have been agreed by council. And as you've heard earlier, it is noted that the overall school planning in light of increasing density is the responsibility of the Department of Education, and the city also has had many conversations with them over the years on this point.
Thanks, Mr. Hambley. Okay, Jeffrey Lancel of Heytesbury Road, Subiaco. Two questions which don't appear to relate to C3. Mr. Lancel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your time and attention. So the first question primarily relates to C3. So the proposed apartment development at 154 Subiaco Road, which is C1, is part of a much broader urban infill project at Subiaco East, or, under LPS 5, which will lead to much... Just go closer to the mic. Sorry. Which will lead to much higher traffic and student numbers at Subiaco Primary School, in addition to the extra traffic proposed from the civic buildings. Has the council conducted detailed traffic modelling around the Subiaco Primary School and the civic precinct to assess the overall impact of these developments on the local infrastructure, such as roads and parking? Thank you.
Thank you. Director of Technical Services.
Thank you for your question. So such traffic modelling would be highly contingent on the Department of Education's plans to address school needs based on population growth in Subiaco East. And the department would be mindful of the capacity of existing schools and appropriate locations to cater for future growth in conducting its planning. Having said this, the Civic Building and Gardens project would be unlikely to have an impact on traffic volumes commensurate to the impact of an over-burgeoning school, and the impact of the schools is particularly concentrated due to high volume of activity around pickup and drop-off times, like I mentioned in the earlier response. Conversely, the city actually previously has had most of its staff located at the civic precinct with no evident concerns with the community regarding the volume of activity, but community visitors to any community spaces would likely be distributed throughout different times of the day, as it is today with the library, the museum, as well as the city's other community centres like Tom Data, the Palms, and Shannon Park. And just finally, as I mentioned in the earlier response, the city will be preparing a traffic impact statement further in the design process that will be consider traffic and parking implications of the precinct once the form and function have been agreed by council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hambley. And I now realise that the first question did relate to C3, but the second question, please.
Yeah. So the second question is primarily about C7. So the financial report states that Rockaby South Capital Works is deferred. However, the city website still states that construction is commencing in 2024-25. The project includes essential pedestrian and bicycle path upgrades for the children to safely access Subiaco Primary School. Why has this been deferred, and when will it now commence?
Mr. Hambley.
Thank you for your question. So the Rockaby Road South project is a council plan priority, and is also still continuing to progress, subject to council's decision regarding city budgets. The project has slowed down this year somewhat to consider alternative surface treatments, cognizant of rising costs, material availability, and also to finalise some work methodologies with Water Corporation to protect some of its infrastructure that actually is within the project area, which, as you can imagine, is quite involved. But the city does intend to advertise the tender for construction in April of this year. And then once that's been tendered, and the tender comes back, we'll have a better idea as far as delivery timeframes that we'll be able to advise the community.
Thanks, Mr. Hambley. Alice Tippett of Rosalie Street.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This relates to C3. I no longer actually need to ask my submitted questions, as I now have received a copy of the arborist's report that was done for the City of Subiaco for the bottle tree that's situated in the Rose Furman site. This report was dated March 2nd this year. The Subiaco tree canopy advocates were puzzled that the lemon-scented gum tree just to the west of the bottle tree was not also reported on, as it is so closely intertwined with the bottle tree, and disturbance to its roots would likely impact the health of the tree, the bottle tree. Will the City of Subiaco be asking the arborist to assess this gum tree and how closely intertwined it is with the bottle tree? Thank you.
Okay, so the questions I think you submitted, and it's worth confirming what they were and what the answers were has an arborist's report been done? And the answer to that was yes. And the second question was, can the STCA be provided with a copy, which you have been provided a copy of? I think you're now asking a further question. I'll ask Director Technical Services if you're in a position to answer that, but I wouldn't. If you're not, we can talk about that offline and respond later. Mr. Hambley.
Thank you, Alice. So probably not in a position to comment on that, but obviously, as you'd be familiar, Giles will be across this and be able to get in touch with yourself and the group to advise on the lemon scent and gum.
Thanks, Mr. Hambley, and thanks for the question. Okay, that's the end of public question time, so we'll move on to statements now. We've got a number of statements. One relating to C1, one relating to C2, and the remainder relating to C3. And just for those members of the public who haven't made statements before, you have 3 minutes to make your statement. At 2.5 minutes, you'll receive a warning signal to indicate that you've hit the 2.5 minute mark. And at 3 minutes, your mic will cut off. It's not me, it's the computer. So please be mindful of time so that we can get through the statements. I'll begin with a statement from Jane Nancarrow of York Street, Subiaco, with a statement on C1.
Hi there, my name's Dr. Jane Nancarrow. I've been a local homeowner in Subiaco East for the past 9 years. The current housing affordability crisis and increasing supply issues, including a wait list of up to 3 years for public housing, I recognise that state infill targets and affordable housing at Subiaco East help contain urban sprawl and provide critical access to transport, healthcare and employment opportunities. The fastest growing cohort at risk of housing insecurity are older women over 55. The allocation of social housing in WA prioritises those leaving family and domestic violence, predominantly women, as well as in cases to reunite a child with a family or for those with severe ongoing medical conditions related to their current housing. The scale of the proposed occupancy of 100% affordable and social housing should be applauded for its effort to help those in need. The design of the complexes, with the 2 elevated podium areas, gives residents a sense of privacy and exclusivity. It ensures controlled access to court places' outdoor areas as safe and secure play areas for children. The on-site CHP model, I didn't have a lot of time to look into it, but it appears evidence-based and demonstrably successful in parts of Australia and around the world. The proposal may also help alleviate some of the pressure on the existing large-scale social housing nearby at Wandana. It's becoming untenable as a modern housing solution. The greater density at Court Place, or proposed to Court Place, could reduce building height at Subiaco 1909 and spread that high-rise effect over a greater local area. To my knowledge, the largest scale new housing development in Subiaco with an affordable housing component was a shared equity scheme at Subi Strand on Roydhouse Street, released in 2015. Until very recently, my grandmother lived there as a full owner. She felt incredibly safe and supported by the strong sense of community and diversity of occupants. Apartment sales from the initial opening doors purchase period are few and far between. This is a testament to the scheme's longevity and suitability for low to moderate income earners wanting to live in Subiaco. The proposed design for Court Place is innovative, and this includes the reorientation of the buildings to maximise that solar breeze and breeze exposure and reduce visual bulk. I note that the 2-bedroom units don't have a second bathroom, which is appropriate for single-family households and will further contain costs on the price of apartments. I strongly support the findings supporting reduced car bay numbers. I have a single-car family. My husband and I both use Court Place on our daycare drop-off in West Leederville and commute to work by train. Local traffic around Bob Hawke, Perth Modern and up to West Perth
I can see you're about a sentence away from finishing, so if you wouldn't mind pressing the button and reading that for the record, I think that's appropriate.
Local traffic around Bob Hawke, Perth Modern and up to West Perth is already strained at peak times, and I hope the amenity and convenience of Subiaco East would discourage car use and the need for excess car bays as Subiaco Oval is developed. In considering this application, we've already noticed the benefits for the development around the Subiaco East precinct. We encourage councillors to understand that there are residents who support thoughtful infill, which is accessible to a greater diversity of people.
Thanks for the statement. Next, we have a statement from Jack Varney of Barker Road, Subiaco, a statement on C2.
Good evening, all Subiaco councillors, members, and in particular Mayor David and CEO Colin, and we thank you for the opportunity to speak today. On behalf of the Rockaby Asset Trust, a collaboration between Human Urban, MJS Studio and Valtari, I'd like to provide this statement in support of the proposed upgrade to Hiddleston Lane. We've been working closely with MJA and Morrow Studio to develop a design that respects the lane's rich history while significantly enhancing its functionality. Through improved paving, planting, lighting and spaces together, the vision is to create a high quality, people-focused environment that encourages activation both day and night. Importantly, this is a highly efficient opportunity to deliver meaningful public infrastructure to the city, and with our construction team already on site, we are well positioned to coordinate these works, minimising disruption and delivering a strong value for money outcome for Subiaco. This project reflects what can be achieved through genuine collaboration between local government and private sector, and we sincerely appreciate the city's proactive and pragmatic approach throughout this process, particularly the executive and economic development team. As part of our Rockaby's development at 83 to 85 Rockaby, we're transforming the former Red Sea nightclub into a contemporary 3-level workplace. And on completion, our project will bring approximately 325 full-time workers and over 1,000 daily visitors that we estimate into the Subiaco town centre. This represents a meaningful uplift in activity and economic vibrancy. The activation of Hiddleston Lane has been central to this vision from the outset. It enhances connectivity, safety and amenity, and was a key factor in our decision to invest in Subi and this particular building. We've seen the success of similar collaborative approaches in projects such as the State Buildings with the City of Perth, Victoria House, Murdoch Health and Knowledge Precinct, and the ABN building in Leederville, where public realm upgrades have driven broader precinct revitalisation through a shared partnership with each local council. We sincerely value our partnership with the City of Subi and remain committed to delivering a high quality outcome aligned with the Subi Green Walks initiative and the future of Subi. Thank you for your time and consideration in our proposal.
Thank you. We'll move on to some statements now on item C3, beginning with Gary Kosovich of Olive Street. Mr. Kosovich.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors, CEO and staff. As a retired Subiaco councillor and a former Deputy Mayor, I've seen firsthand the potential of the project. The Civic Centre and Gardens is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to create a vibrant hub that serves everyone, not just homeowners, but also the avalanche of new residents pouring into Subi's East up to 35-storey social and affordable housing towers. These aren't just statistics, they're families, seniors and young people seeking a better life. They'll rely on the space to connect, to thrive and to find solace in our city's heart. This is not just a proposal, it's a promise to our community's future, a future where our population grows by 50% in 20 years and our pipeline of public housing towers stretch towards the sky. But with that growth comes tremendous responsibility to provide for all our residents, not just the privileged few. The residents of these monumental towers will call this community home. Accordingly, they'll be heavily reliant on the Civic Centre's amenities, facilities and green space to thrive. It'll need to be more than just a building, as it'll be their living room, their escape, and their chance at a better life. Don't just build a building, build a community. I implore you to support this proposal and give our most disadvantaged residents the future they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Edwards of Northmore Street, Daglish.
Good evening. I'm speaking today because I missed the deadline to submit my views on the proposed Subiaco civic development. Like many busy residents, juggling work, family and personal time, I only saw the due date too late. Having worked in interior design and with architects for 25 years, I have reviewed the detailed proposal and notes on the council website and appreciate the extensive thought and collaboration behind this proposal so far. It is clear that hundreds of decisions have been carefully made between the parties to include the functionality, heritage considerations and community needs. Like other people in our community, I have been shocked and gutted by other recent WA government development proposals in Inner Perth, such as the Burswood Park Racetrack and Matilda Bay Ferry Terminal, which will result in the loss of our precious natural spaces with little consultation, which many of us are protesting. I don't believe this Subiaco civic development project should be tarred with the same brush. This civic building has been designed on a similar footprint as the original site, keeping as much of the existing natural trees and open spaces as possible. The architects have selected materials which I think will complement and honour the surrounding heritage buildings, ensuring the new development fits within the existing streetscape and community character. I believe this building will be a wonderful space for council workers to do their jobs as they look out on the tree canopy, and for elected members and the community, as it will be surrounded by gardens and hopefully more native birds and insects as the new plants become established. The common areas which have been proposed will create a welcoming hub for everyone for meetings, workshops and public events. I've been waiting for years for this council building to be re-established. I'm sure I am like many who didn't even realise the process that was already underway. I also acknowledge that the Subiaco Primary School needs to have consideration in its own right. My concern is, if this development does not proceed, what will be the repercussions? For council workers currently spread across disjointed buildings, how will their mental and physical wellbeing be affected by continuing inefficiencies and lack of a cohesive workspace? For councillors, citizens and volunteers who invested time and energy, what impact this will have on morale and community engagement? For residents, what opportunities will be lost in having a central, accessible hub that supports a connection and ease of getting things done? Financially, what are the long-term costs of maintaining outdated, scattered facilities versus investing in a modern, sustainable building? This project represents not only a building, but a vital community asset that supports wellbeing, collaboration and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Yin of Commercial Road, Shenton Park.
I'm a retired general practitioner with a special interest in the intersection between climate, environment and health. I'd first of all like to thank the council for working through the whole process of this civic building. It's a huge undertaking and thank you for the work that you've done so far. An investment in Subiaco's future, in Subiaco's civic precinct must be seen as a long-term investment. The risk of underspending is as real as overspending. The projected cost is comparable to Fremantle Civic Centre, built for $61.2 million in 2022. The buildings Subiaco constructs today must meet the regulatory, environmental and social standards of decades to come. This means high energy efficiency, rooftop solar, passive cooling, low embodied carbon materials and electrical infrastructure ready for full electrification as we transition to carbon neutrality. Building to minimum current standards would be a false economy. Cutting corners now means expensive retrofits later. Equally important is the role of quality public and green spaces that will play as Subiaco density increases. Our suburb is growing, apartment living is becoming the norm, private gardens are shrinking. In this context, accessible civic green spaces and well-designed public precincts are not luxuries, they are essential infrastructure for livability. And research consistently links access to green and community spaces with mental health, social cohesion, and a sense of belonging. As density rises, the value of these shared spaces only increases. A civic building with generous public realm, landscape surrounds, shaded outdoor areas, and community accessible spaces is an investment in Subiaco's social fabric. Greening around civic buildings also directly mitigates urban heat, something that will matter more with every passing summer in Perth's warming climate. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime generation opportunity, and we must get it right, not just for ourselves, but for generations that follow. Thank you.
Thank you. The next statement comes from Vicky Thomas of Gloucester Street.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, fellow ratepayers, staff and other attendees. I am speaking in support of the continuation of the Council's proposed civic precinct and the recommendation to take the community feedback and address concerns through further development and analysis. A concept proposal that was developed after a lengthy consultation with residents, ratepayers and staff. It is ambitious, bold and architecturally interesting, fiscally viable and seeks to be progressive with sustainable and environmentally friendly principles at its core, whilst meeting the challenges posed by densification, climate change, shothole borer and chili-thrip. Opposition to a concept proposal should give rise to reflection and modification, but not total abandonment of the process. The figures of 38% and 28% are not that divergent, especially when you add in 29% neutral and 12% mixed. I caution wariness with regards to relying on the two petitions that are attached to the agenda as indicators of a widespread lack of support for the project. One seeks to stop the development of Rankin Gardens. The underlying bias in the opening statement regarding the disposal of the main petitioner's mother's ashes in the Rose Garden. The petition also goes on to claim that there will be a loss of green space, an error that is not supported through a proper analysis of the concept proposal for Rankin Gardens. The gardens are not a cemetery and public space should not be privately appropriated. There is no body under the Fallen Soldiers Memorial, and indeed a visit to the State War Memorial in Kings Park will show the space being used by families noisily. The city's memorial is excellently placed to be a regular part of any resident's life, wrapped in the surrounds of children attending school, people walking, chatting and driving in vehicles, not a silent environment. The other petition seeks to take issue with the lack of concrete plans, despite the project being clearly explained as a staged concept design proposal with final costs to be confirmed as the design is progressed. All the objections to the concept proposal, costs, green space, and again, there is a reorganisation, not a diminishment of this space, and an opportunity for a resilient garden can be addressed. I discovered to my bemusement, whilst on a walk through Rankin Gardens with the delightful community engagement and park staff, walks were offered by the city to help understand the proposed changes, that at the rear of the gardens, close to the offices, there is a strangler fig growing. One hopes that this will not become emblematic of the Civic Gardens project. The city has an opportunity to develop a sustainable and activated space that includes an architecturally interesting and environmentally friendly council building in its historic location that will meet the current and future needs of the community, the city staff and council. I urge the councillors to support the recommendations and progress this long-standing project. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Clements of, I think it's Barker Road, but it says Barker Street here. Barker Road.
Thank you, Mayor. My statement, I agree with the proposed resolution in as much as it attempts to take into account the community's views and essentially recommence the process on that basis. However, I consider it does not address the following. The lack of any consideration of the extensive petitions that have been submitted as consultation on the matter. For this and other reasons, the process is considered to be flawed. Second one, planning and intended use of the community assets existing. That's the Tom Daydor Centre, Palms, Lords, the Library, Shenton Park, and the museum, and the possibility of rebuilding any of these facilities. Next one, any other major items of expenditure that are on the horizon that may be considered or foreseen, for example, depot provisions. Next point, the use of the current building for other purposes, apart from administration. And my last point, which really reflects the fact that the building shouldn't be on that site because essentially there's a parking issue there and always will be a parking issue, and it's just bad town planning to put those amenities in that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Lancel of Heytesbury Road.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors and officers. Under LPS 5, an additional 6,150 dwellings in Subiaco are planned by 2050. The majority of this is set to take place in the next 5 years in Subiaco East, which is within the Subiaco Primary School catchment, but well outside of the 500-metre walkable zone from the school and from the proposed civic buildings. There's very limited public transport and cycling routes between Subiaco East and the Subiaco School and civic buildings. The combination of the proposed civic precinct redevelopment moving council workers back to the site and the rising pupil numbers predicted at the Subiaco Primary School, driven by the numerous high-density developments outside of the walkable zone, will significantly increase the vehicle movements to and from the site. As part of approving apartment developments in Subiaco East and preparing the updated civic precinct redevelopment plans, the council should conduct detailed traffic modelling around the civic precinct and the Subiaco Primary School to understand if the City of Subiaco infrastructure, including roads, parking, intersections, etc., will be able to accommodate the influx of traffic. The modelling should also assess what upgrades to cycling and public transport routes are required to reduce the dependence on vehicles for commutes between Subiaco East and the civic precinct, including the school. Initiatives such as the improvements to Rockaby South are vital to encourage more walking and cycling within the community and to provide safe access to the school. Within the civic precinct redevelopment plans, the proposed council offices' vehicle driveway, roundabout and public parking off Hammersley Road represents significant pedestrian risk for children accessing the school's adjacent southern entrance gate and prevents the proposed redeveloped Rankin Gardens from being safely accessed from the school grounds. This interface between the school and the civic buildings requires further thought to either move the vehicles away from the school entrance or establishing a replacement school entrance via the updated civic precinct, along with pedestrian priority at Hammersley and Rockaby intersection. Thank you.
Thanks for the statement. Johanna Van Gorkum-Dirks of Hensman Road.
Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am the president of Subiaco Primary School PNC, and my children are local students at the primary school. As a local resident, I welcome the idea of redeveloping the civic precinct as an opportunity to create value for our community. But I am worried that the current plans pose another threat to the school's green space. Population data presented earlier during question time highlights the significant population increase the school faces. Data projections suggest that in the next few years, Subiaco Primary School might grow by another 400 to 500 students and potentially more beyond this. It is not the City of Subiaco's responsibility to provide education for children, determine school intake areas, or to develop school infrastructure. We know that we need to appeal to the state government about these issues. It is, however, the responsibility of any government body to consider all relevant context when developing new plans, whole of government, if you will. We call upon the City Council's duty to represent the interest of its community and holistically plan for its future needs. The Department of Education has, to my knowledge, no plans to alter intake boundaries, to build a new school to alleviate pressure on Subiaco Primary. West Leaderville and Jollymont Primary School also have significant population growth and would not be able to alleviate the pressure on our school. The new East Perth Primary School is already not going to be capacious enough to accommodate the students in its proposed catchment, much less that live in Perth West Perth. Subiaco PNC is aware of discussions to address space capacity on site. Alternatives include the infilling of the school pool, paving over the kindergarten playground for additional staff parking, moving kindergarten off-site and building a double-story early years education building on the school's upper green oval and tennis courts, used by the community as well. In short, Subiaco Primary School cannot afford to lose green space to the council precinct redevelopment. And Subiaco Primary School is not just a school, it's an asset to Subiaco. It offers a multifunctional space, including a community pool and the Subi Farmers Market. Most of the green space and sport facilities within the school's boundary are used by the whole of the community. I feel the school community has not yet been recognized as a major stakeholder in the discussion around the civic precinct redevelopment. And given the pressure the school faces, I hope the council now understands this broader picture and wishes to work in the interest of the community as a whole. The rectangle of land bordered by Rockaby, Bagot, Hensman and Hamersley is the heart of community activity. Planning must be undertaken with full understanding of the community's future needs. The city has the opportunity to work with its citizens. Would you allow me 10 more seconds?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. The city has the opportunity to work with its citizens to ensure that this centre is developed sensitively, to preserve its tree canopies, manage the significant infrastructure challenges it faces, and that the needs of the most junior members of this community are not overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Bettison of Keighley Road.
Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My statement regards the history of the parcel of land, including the Rose Furman Centre and its current use for the school and the immediate impact the council precinct development would have. I have children attending Subiaco Primary School. I'm the Vice President of the PNC and I am concerned about the impact of the civic precinct plans on the school. The Department of Education currently leases this parcel of land, the Rose Furman building, including the Rose Furman building, from Subiaco Council for use by the school. The lease ends in June 2027, after which its future is uncertain. The Rose Furman Child Health Centre and Kindergarten was opened in 1969 by Western Australia's first woman counsellor, Rose Furman. The site was previously occupied by a house provided for the headmaster of Subiaco Primary School. The headmaster's house building had been used as a pioneering infant health centre since 1954. It is likely that the headmaster's house would have been built around the same time the school was opened, in 1897. So the history of this parcel of land, providing utility for the school and the youngest members of our community, stretches back at least 72 years, and probably well over a century. The land and Rose Furman building are currently used by Subiaco Primary for the following: a Year 1 classroom known as LP1, storage and accessible toilets, the school psychologist's office, room for small group literacy teaching, 2 to 3 teacher parking bays in a school which really doesn't have much parking. A Year 1 playground for 70 to 100 students, used twice daily, every weekday. The school and PNC have invested in this playground over the past decade to provide a beautiful shady area for young students to play as they make the transition into the big school. The PNC have just agreed to an $1,800 repair to the existing shade sail on the land, under which Year 1 eat their lunch and recess. Additionally, a 100-plus-year-old bottle tree lives within that playground, which was previously mentioned and is under review for protection. If, as a Subiaco Primary Year 1 pupil, you are placed in the LP1 classroom, as my youngest child was last year, you count yourself incredibly lucky, for it is one of the largest and best classrooms in the entire school. Council members are invited to contact the school to view the classroom for themselves. The outside facade from the road may look tired, but inside it is a hive of activity. All other Year 1 classrooms are demountable classrooms sitting on the school's oval, accommodating the rapid population increase that has occurred over the past decade. They sit adjacent to the planned civic building. Demolition groundworks and building noise will interfere with the teaching of 5 and 6-year-olds who are learning to read and write at a crucial point in their education in these temporary structures. I argue that the school should continue to use this land parcel. It has been historically used and is currently well used and needed by the children of this community. And the recent design of plans will cause significant disruption to the learning environment and facilities available to the children. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Rodney Hodge of Bedford Avenue.
Thank you very much. I would assume you've read what I wrote. I'll just put some context around what I put in I'm about to say. It seems very much, listening to the questions and the statements made, that there is a concept of silo management. Responses back from administration was about silos. It's about, that's not my responsibility, that's education, that's someone else's problem, not ours. Really what my statement is about is trying to get the councillors and hence the administration to think wider than what has been presented to us. So there's no doubt that our world is going through interesting times. The last probably 12 months and certainly the last 3 weeks have been, to say the least, fascinating. There is little doubt that the issues being caused by the conflict in the Middle East or West Asia, depending how you want to geographically term that area, will impact our Australian economy. The Australian Federal Treasurer reflected on the potential impacts of the current conflict will have on the Australian economy. The Chair of the Reserve Bank has indicated inflation will need to be controlled or we will see major increases in interest rates. In the Treasurer's dissertation earlier this week, he commented on the cost drivers of private and public expenditure as is occurring at the moment, and that will drive inflation. There seems to be no urgency to alter our office space at the present. We can probably stay in rental for some time. It seems to be an unseemly pace that we are going at with moving to build a big building in the next 3 years, 4 years. If we believe what we're being told about the impacts of the oil and gas that's being disrupted, that is going to present some major challenges, maybe 5 years, maybe 10, depends how much goes out in the next 2 weeks. And all of that is going to affect our economy as well. So, there seems to be little or no thought put into the use of the land assets that are likely to be liquidated to pay for our civic centre or other community needs. One of the potential uses, if not all of our land holdings that will come to at the end of their leases in the endowment lands, is to use that land as was intended within the Endowment Act that applied to those lands, uses for the betterment of the city. The state government has altered some of its legislation. The ownership and uses of
Mr.
land.
Hodge, I think you've run out of time because you were adding some context to the previously submitted statement. So if you'd let me say what I'm going to say, take a moment to sum up and to finish your statement. And if you can stick to the last 2 paragraphs, I think that'll be quick enough for everyone. Thank you.
The state government has altered some of the legislation that covers ownership and uses of land that better enables long-term residential leases, similar to London and Canberra, to name 2 cities that enable housing on leased land. The challenge cities around the world are confronting to the cost of land. Buildings depreciate, land appreciates. Affordability of housing preserves the mixed demographic that has made Subiaco the wonderful city it is. The councillors and staff need to think longer than their time on council or working for council. The role is to serve the people of now and the future. I want you to think forward.
Thanks for the statement. Stephanie Stroud of Barker Road.
Such interesting statements tonight. Thank you, Gallery. I want to take you back to the 27th of May 25, C9, when the award of tender was given to Newpolis Proprietary Limited, trading as Lions. And from listening to the council debate, councillors appeared confident with the process and the ability of the architectural team to deliver. Some councillors shared concerns for cost and transparency, whilst the majority recognised the importance of future community engagement. I note there is no mention of future community engagement in the staff recommendation tonight. The 27th of May 25 council meeting was the last one on the civic precinct proposal before the November release of the public consultation 6 months later. This consultation presented Lions as the winning design, based on a design brief that had no budget. I repeat, no budget. This is despite the reference to a budget in the definition of what a design brief should include in the architectural tender conditions document. Additionally, budget is referenced in the 7.11 evaluation criteria for stage 2 of the tender process. Point F, reference to cost and value. The criteria states effectiveness of cost outcomes in comparison to the budget. This begs the question, how could the jury have evaluated the tendering architect's effectiveness of cost outcomes without a budget? The lack of a budget is a serious omission in the two-step tender process. The architects must have been intrigued at such an open checkbook approach. What were they told? Don't worry, the city has heaps of money. Another matter of concern is the award of the architectural tender with a fixed price of 3.275258 million excluding GST, so approximately 3.3. This price tag must have been based on an estimated cost. Councillors must have known in order to approve the 3+ million. However, the cost of 64+ million was not revealed until the public consultation 6 months later. No doubt, hence the concern at the meeting of a lack of transparency. Furthermore, there was the non-disclosure of interest by 3 elected members who were part of the CAG for the award of tender. This
I suppose it's got to be the same rule for everyone, Ms. Stroud, so please finish your submitted statement.
Thank you. This was despite the involvement by way of traffic light assessment of the 26 architect tenders in stage 1 and again with 3 architects in stage 2 of the tender process. It's very unusual for elected members to be involved in a tender process. The non-disclosure is an additional concerning governance omission. Councillors, these issues that I've raised, community engagement, budget, transparency and non-disclosure, are very relevant to your deliberation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Nash. Derek. Jackie Greenshields of Salisbury Street, Subiaco.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, CEO and staff. I'd like to clarify an important misconception about the history of the Subiaco Municipal Gardens, Rankin. There is a view that this site has had multiple uses over time. In heritage and landscape terms, that is not correct. From the beginning, this was a singular purpose public garden. When the municipality of Subiaco first gazetted the land in the 1900s, it was deliberately established as a botanical and civic garden in the gardenesque tradition, a curated landscape of exotic plantings, trees, lawns and seasonal displays. The original gazetted public garden comprised approximately 1.5 acres extending from the present museum boundary through to Hammersley Road and bordered by the old headmaster's house, now the Rose Furman Centre. This entire area was fully fenced and protected. With the garden, the initial bowling green was modest. It was only 3 rinks, roughly where the current driveway is today. And as the garden slightly expanded, the bowling green increased to 6 rinks in the area now occupied by the Rose Garden, while the original 3-rink green was allocated to the Croquet Club in 1904. This was a refinement within the public garden, not a change of land use. Bowling and croquet were not separate uses, they were standard features within public gardens, part of the designed landscape, not a competing function. Comparable civic gardens such as Stirling Gardens, which is heritage listed, also accommodated a bowling green while remaining recognised public gardens. These gardens were fenced, gated and locked at night to protect what was regarded as a horticultural showcase, attracting visitors from considerable distances. Importantly, the public garden has remained in its original location and extent, and it has not shifted or been repurposed, only interrupted by the council building within it, which was originally meant to go in the theatre gardens. After the First World War, the Memorial Clock Tower elevated the gardens into a place of reflection and civic memory. The government vested additional land from Nicholson Road to the Mayor and councillors for recreation, allowing the Bowls Club to be relocated and the former bowling green to become the Rose Garden under the infamous Mr. A.E. Bruce, continuing the botanical tradition. Behind the Rose Furman Centre, the land was historically part of the garden, housing the municipal shade house, and there's a fabulous picture of it. The bottle tree there today is a living remnant of that area. Historically, there was a single controlled entrance gate, and since the fencing was opened up in the 1960s, 70s, the Hammersley Road edge has allowed easy public access, and the path to the...
Ms Greenshields, if you want to do the same as everyone else and finish up, please.
And the path to the library has now become a well-used and valued community route across the grass. What remains today still tells the story. The palms, the fig trees, the Norfolk Island pines, the roses, the memorial plantings and seating are evidence of a long and continuous civic purpose. People still travel from outside Subiaco to enjoy the lawn's calm character and reflective quality. This is not a flexible or residual site, it is a purpose-built, enduring public garden. I ask the Council recognise this continuity and ensure that future decisions respect the original ongoing role of this place rather than introducing a scale and intensity of use that it was never designed to accommodate. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Nash of Cunningham Terrace, Daglish. Mr Nash.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Suffice to say, I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this proposal, so with that I'll cut to the chase. Regarding the engagement results from the recent public consultation, I think it's worth pointing out that from a residential base in Subiaco of over 20,000 people, there are only 1,000 submissions received in total, equating to just 5% of the population. And of that 370, or 1.85%, were negative, with the remaining 630, or 3.15%, being either positive, neutral or mixed in their responses. In any case, hardly a ringing endorsement or statistically relevant either way. But as I'm sure we all know, it's often those very few, 370 in this case, who are vehemently opposed to a proposal that complain the loudest. That leaves about 19,000 people, let's call them the silent majority, who weren't that fussed. And I would contend are probably more than happy to see this proposal go ahead. They otherwise would no doubt have had the motivation to join the naysayers, or 370 of them. I urge you, councillors, not to let 370 people in a wider community of over 20,000 sway your vote towards the negative. This proposal for a fabulous new civic centre in a reimagined and functional garden setting is too important to the future of the city of Subiaco not to be supported and endorsed by you, our civic leaders. There will, of course, always be those who, for whatever reason, say no. If our leaders of the past had listened to them, we would have no Eiffel Tower. And in Australia, no Sydney Opera House. All the usual arguments were trotted out by the naysayers as to why they shouldn't be built for them. Too big, too expensive, too extravagant, excess to requirements, and most revealing of all, ugly. Who amongst us would now say either of those two edifices are not beautiful nor regret that they were ever built? It took the courage and fortitude of those tasked with and responsible for making the decision to be far-sighted and brave enough to stand up to those few opposing them. I call on you, our city councillors, to look to the future as you make this most important of decisions. We urgently need a true civic centre that brings our community together and speaks to us optimistically of ours and our children's future. This is no time to be penny-pinching and mean-spirited. As I said in my submission, just as our forefathers planted the Norfolk Island pines in the surrounding gardens, knowing they would never, in their lifetimes, see them grow to the heights they are now, so sorry, I'll say that again. Just as my forefathers planted the Norfolk Island pines in the surrounding gardens, knowing they would never in their lifetimes see them grow to the heights they are now, so it is incumbent upon us to build for our community's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Nash, and to everyone who made a statement or asked a question. There were no petitions or approved deputations submitted this evening, so councillors, I'll ask you to confirm minutes of previous meetings. We've got the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting of the 24th of February 2026. Do I have a mover and a seconder to accept those minutes? Councillor O'Connor moving, thank you, and Councillor Jones. I will put that to the vote. Thanks, councillors. Those minutes are accepted unanimously. I'll now move on to some announcements and a reminder to everyone that while the Civic Precinct occupies the minds of many in this room, the City of Subiaco continues to do great work across our district. I'd like to highlight a few areas in which our staff have earned some external recognition for the city. And in no particular order, first, the Evelyn H. Parker Library Restoration Project was recognised at the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia Awards, receiving the Excellence in Asset Management category award for Western Australia. Second, Subi Blooms has been recognised at the 2025 Qantas Australian Tourism Awards, receiving silver in the Festivals and Events category, and planning is well underway for this year's event, which will run over the Mother's Day weekend from the 8th to the 10th of May. And third, our new Rupert Street Pocket Park was recently featured on Channel 9's The Garden Gurus. The segment can be streamed online and showcases how the site of the former community centre has been transformed into a green, sustainable community asset, complete with native plantings and a stormwater sensitive design. So I'd ask the relevant directors, being Director Corporate Services, Development Services and Technical Services, to pass on my congratulations and thanks to your teams. Okay, now, councillors, there's a number of officer recommendations in this year's agenda which are not the subject of any special voting requirements, nor are they the subject of any submitted amendments, alternatives or disclosure of interest. Therefore, we can potentially carry them on block as contained in the agenda. The possible on block vote I have in front of me would consist of items C7, AR1, AR2, AR3, AR4 and AR5. Councillors, did anyone want to remove any of those items from the on block vote? Okay, I'll seek a mover and a seconder for the on block vote. Councillor O'Connor and Councillor Jones. Thank you. I'll put that to the vote now. Okay, thank you. The on block vote's accepted on a vote of 8-0, meaning for those watching that the agenda items contained in the en bloc vote are carried without debate as recommended by staff and published in the agenda. Councillors, I know you're itching to get into a debate. I'm minded to shortly adjourn the meeting. I'll say for maybe about 6 minutes. Some people have been able to get up, some haven't, so I'd suggest we have a short adjournment for the purpose of preserving order. Don't think too hard about what will transpire in the next 6 minutes, but we'll be back on at 7:17 p.m. 17, so we'll resume the meeting and we will start right at the top with agenda item C1. We've got the officer recommendation as published, and I need to refresh my memory, but I think we've got an alternative that's been submitted as well. But first things first, do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation on C1? Councillor De Vries moving, thank you. Councillor O'Connor seconding. Councillor De Vries.
I didn't expect to be moving tonight. I support the officer's recommendation that the City of Subiaco, in accordance with the Metropolitan Redevelopment Authority Act 2012, advises Development WA that it supports the proposed 7 to 19-storey mixed-use development. Am I on the right one? Good. You just had a look on your face there for a moment. I was like, I'm on the wrong one. At 154 Subiaco Rose, comprising 447 multiple dwellings, including social and affordable housing, office space, and 2 restaurants and cafes, subject to the matters for consideration. The matters for consideration include the provision of an operational management plan, additional bicycle storage, confirmation of adequate storage areas, and increased minimum balcony sizes to ensure appropriate private open space. Should Development WA approve the application, the report also includes advice notes to guide the final outcome. It is my opinion that the matters for consideration attempt to strengthen and enhance an already well-conceived development that will provide significant, affordable social housing, well, all of it, a highly accessible transit-oriented location with strong urban design outcomes. The matters for consideration are robust because they are targeted, proportionate, and aligned with the planning framework, and work towards supporting high-quality livable outcomes without compromising the delivery of much-needed housing. As acknowledged by Dr. Jane Nancaro, we are in a housing crisis. Supply is short, so it is important to acknowledge the benefits of this development. It provides opportunity for equity. It provides opportunity to reduce car ownership and look at alternatives for transport. And with all 447 multiple dwellings designated as affordable housing or social housing, this exceeds Development WA's policy that requires a minimum of 12%. We need to support the officer recommendation and be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor McMullen. In many respects, I feel this is a good application. It goes towards addressing the desperate need for housing in Western Australia by providing 300 units of affordable housing for those on low to moderate incomes that cannot get into the private rental market, and 147 units of social housing for those on very low to low incomes who access housing through either the state government or the not-for-profit sector. I feel it's been thoughtfully designed to respond to its location, with the buildings reorientated to get better outcomes for residents and also for Subiaco Oval. And that in turn has created more opportunities for increasing our urban tree canopy around the buildings. It's intended to be a 5-star Green Star rated building, so it's not setting occupants up who are our most disadvantaged with high heating and cooling costs into the future. The material palette is well considered and includes red brick that's characteristic of Subiaco, and I feel it responds well to the adjoining Subiaco Oval, which is on the State Register of Heritage Places. The project includes, I was pleased to see, a very detailed landscape plan for both the ground floor areas and also the communal spaces for residents at the podium level, which looks like it will provide a very good level of amenity. Parts of the development are over the height recommendations in the design guidelines for the area, which is disappointing. But if extra height is going to be added, then adjoining the railway line is probably the most appropriate location for it. I do have some concerns. The state government's WA Housing Strategy 2020 to 2030 talks about embedding and integrating social and affordable housing in the context of creating what they refer to as sustainable communities. But it does not clearly explain what it means by embedding or integrating. And this development does not appear to be as embedded or integrated as other examples that I know of, such as the social housing that formed part of the redevelopment of the old Hollywood High School site in Nedlands, which comprises medium density flats on a small portion of a wider site, which was developed privately. Having lived in several large cities in the UK and experienced first-hand high-density social housing, I can very much understand the desire for sustainable communities, because many high-density social housing developments constructed in the 60s and 70s have not been sustainable, either here in WA or elsewhere around Australia or internationally. Many were well planned but had terrible social outcomes and have now been demolished and replaced with lower density, more truly embedded housing. Obviously, there are examples of high-density social housing that do work well, like Wandana, which I visited last week to celebrate its 70th anniversary. I hope that the management model for this development under Community Housing Limited, which includes a 24-hour caretaker on site, will work better than some of the strategies that have been applied in the past and does prove to be sustainable. And therefore, on balance, I'm inclined to support the recommendation.
Thank you. A speaker against? Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you. Look, there's no doubt that there's a huge demand for social and affordable housing, especially in inner urban areas. And this proposal will provide a significant boost. So, look, that's a good thing, unquestionably. So is the fact that it's close to trains and public transport, but it's how it's being done that concerns me. Concentrating the less well-off members of our community into one big project. And it's big. 447 apartments in all, in multi-tower blocks. I think that's concentrating housing for the poorer members of our society in one big development, and I think that's a socially retrograde move. And potentially, I think as mentioned by Councillor O'Connor, it could be a return to the mistakes of 70 years ago. Now, just a little bit of background. Social housing in the area between the Oval and the railway line in Subiaco East has been on the master plan virtually since day one. But to the best of my knowledge, the plan was always about developments up to 8 stories. Now, Council's got this report late on Friday, and it's for 4 towers from 7 to 19 stories. And it seems to me that height limits in government developments are pretty well meaningless. But I think that's pretty much the case as well in regard to our planning laws overall. Height limits don't seem to count. This project is 100% social and affordable housing. As Councillor O'Connor mentioned, I think 300 affordable, 147 social. That's not consistent with good policy. In fact, it's the opposite to it. It can embed social disadvantage. We've all, as Councillor Connor mentioned, we've all probably seen pictures from overseas where multi-tower developments were demolished because of the social problems that arose from this type of failed experiment. Instead of creating high-density estates, the accepted best practice has become dispersing and integrating social housing in the wider residential domain, creating single residences or small units within private neighbourhoods, integration within the community, not hotspots of disadvantage. And look, there are other planning issues as well. As I said, the 4 towers exceed the supposed maximum permitted height. There's not enough car parking bays. They're short by 97. They're short on motorbike bays, short on bicycle bays, over 300 bays short, despite being on a principal shared bicycle path. This, to me, has echoes of last month's council meeting and the Dev West decision not to provide any parking for another multi-storey social housing development on Hay Street. I don't know how we've come to the decision that, or the conclusion that lower income people don't need cars, or maybe that they can't ride bikes. Look, there are good aspects to this development. The architectural design and layout look good. And I understand that issues raised in attachment A about the management plan, parking and the like will be sent to WA, and I hope that they're addressed. Because we do know that there's an urgent need for social and affordable housing. But it needs to be done right. on the basis of a premise of high-density, high-rise developments devoted solely to low-income and welfare recipients, I think is wrong for both the residents and the community, especially when they're shortchanged on things like parking. I think if the government's serious about tackling the disadvantage and the issues that come with it, they'll be spreading social and affordable housing throughout Subi East, not concentrating it in what I think is probably the biggest single apartment development ever in Subiaco. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for the officer recommendation? Councillor Burns.
Thank you, McMullen. Look, the points are well made. What I would say is, what I like about this is it's opposed to that concept of sure, but not in my backyard. Okay, and the bottom line is this is in our backyard. Okay, it's always been the argument. All right, take these sort of projects and just shove them out to the outskirts of the city. And I'm not going to go into why that becomes problematic, etc. I don't want to make social statements, but it's our backyard. We have these sort of problems. Okay, and is it perfect? No. Could it be better? Yes. Could it be worse? Yes. Okay, but it's state land. That's what that's where they want it. There's good and bad sides to it, and I do support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Fife.
The question before us is whether concentrating high-rise, high-density social and affordable housing in a single location without proper planning, modelling or safeguards is responsible, safe or in the best interest of the community. Large concentrations of high-density social housing can create significant social challenges. When density is pushed too far, too fast, without the right support structures, the result is not community, it's pressure. And in some cases, it leads to the very outcomes we all want to avoid: isolation, stigma, and long-term disadvantage. This is not good planning. The proposed location raises additional concerns. Placing a large, high-density development of social and affordable housing directly adjacent to the train stations introduces real issues around safety, congestion, and stress for nearby residents. We must also consider the proximity to the high school. Any major development next to a school, social housing or otherwise, requires careful assessment of movement patterns, supervision and student safety. We've not been given that assessment. We have not been given the modelling. Finally, there's the commercial impact. The 32-storey residential development is already planned nearby. Introducing a large, high-density social housing complex next to it will have consequences on amenity, on value and on the expectations of those who have invested in the area. Those impacts cannot be brushed aside.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for the officer recommendation? Councillor Jones.
Thank you. Social and affordable housing is desperately needed. We know that. And I take your points that putting people together in those crowded areas is not optimal and has failed in the past. However, this is on a major cycleway. It's very close to the centre of Subiaco. It's not an isolated area. There's a huge oval directly out front. People there are not going to be hugely disadvantaged by being in those areas. It looks like it's a pretty well-designed development, including 3-bedroom apartments, which my son tells me are in short supply. He'd love to have a 3-bedroom apartment. And bringing in the social and affordable housing, I think it contributes positively to the social mix in Subiaco. We don't want Subiaco to turn into a gentrified area. So on balance, although there are some shortcomings in this, I think this is something that we should support.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Yes, it's desperately needed. We all acknowledge that, and there's much that's good about it. It achieves design excellence. However, it has some major shortfalls and shortcomings which have been highlighted.
300 bicycle bays that are short, and 100 car bays. No commercial car parking, I believe, yet there's 3 commercial areas that are proposed. The indoor spaces for communal indoor living, communal indoor areas, less than half of the commercial indoor spaces proposed. That makes it difficult for external support services to be provided, particularly when you combine that with the lack of commercial parking. I wonder how well people will be able to age in place in a complex like this that has such limited restrictions on parking and visitor parking for support workers attending to them when they're ageing. It certainly doesn't follow their own strategy on Lever 4 on embedding integrated housing, and is far from best practice in that regard. I think that's my major concern really with it. People can argue that maybe the 100 car bays, close to the railway line, maybe we can overlook that. I would have thought bike parking would be a pretty significant one, but I think the big one for me is that it's not integrated at all, and you create a high density tower of purely social, affordable welfare housing, and the social problems that can come with that, and the difficulties that come with that for the neighbours and for the community, and how to manage that is, I think it's really problematic. So yes, it's the right location. City of Subiaco is the right suburb, but it's the lack of integration in their model that I have the problem with. And that's not good planning. Thanks.
Any other speakers? Councillor Pine.
Indeed, we need housing for people, and I think this site needs to be developed. The concerns I have with the proposal is twofold. The first one is the amount of community spaces within those development. On close inspection of the actual documents, what I see is there's actually about 1,300 square metres of garden space for essentially at least 1,000 people. But if you start looking at the indoor space, community space, you've got essentially 135 square metres, which is the equivalent probably of this room, or just a bit, maybe a little bit bigger. So you've got an indoor space of this size for essentially 447 apartment dwellings, which is very, very constrained. It will assume that people go elsewhere if they want to do some indoor activities, essentially. So what I would advocate is that we do stipulate a little bit more work to be done on the proposal to increase the community space within that development, because housing, affordable housing, needs to be put in place within Subiaco. Thank you.
Councillor De Vries, did you want to close?
Some of the concerns we're addressing tonight relate to the perceived lack of a mix in this housing project. As we've spoken of before, affordable housing doesn't mean cheap housing. In fact, it can be quite expensive to become a homeowner when it is classed affordable, when average home prices are now in excess of $500,000. And I think we know that that is for many people quite a big sum, especially young people. And I know that Councillor Jones' son recently bought in Subiaco, and that was very difficult in a very small apartment. So I'm sure this would be a welcome opportunity for young professionals who are looking to have their first home in Subiaco to afford to buy into this kind of development. And while concerns about concentrating social housing are understandable, it is important not to assume that higher density equates to poor social outcomes. These may be based on past models where social housing has been put in really poor to access locations and hasn't been well serviced. So let's address some of these concerns. Location matters. Thank you, Councillor Jones. In fact, delivering social and affordable housing at scale in well-located, transit-accessible areas like Subiaco reflects contemporary planning thinking that prioritises access to jobs, education and public transport. We all know too well what it's like to be in an oil crisis, and let's just point out that it is now going to make so many of us think about using public transport. We will not be alone in coming to the decision to get rid of our cars when we can. Dispersal alone in this current housing crisis has not been sufficient to meet demand. There is need for boldness. We know people who are homeless. We know people who are at risk of losing their homes. We all know those. Modern developments are also another point to address that was raised tonight in debate, is modern developments of social housing projects are fundamentally different from past models of disadvantaged concentration. They are professionally managed, they are supported by services, which we've discussed in previous conversations around this, and this mitigates many of the risks historically associated with large social housing projects. So in my opinion, high density does not inherently create disadvantaged, but poor design, lack of support, poor location do. A well-designed development can foster community, safety and inclusion, particularly when integrated with amenities and lots of green open space, which we know from our discussions tonight even how important that will be. So please do support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote now. Looks like someone hasn't voted. Okay, the resolution's carried 6-3. We'll move on to C2 now. We've got the officer recommendation and an alternate. But first, the officer recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Councillor De Vries seconding. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Hiddleston Lane makes a considerable contribution to the Rockaby and Hay Street heritage area, and it is one of the lanes that's been identified for upgrade in our award-winning Subi Green Walks program. Subi Green Walks is in turn part of the wider Subi POP, public open space strategy that dates back to 2014. So we've been gradually working towards this outcome for a really long time. The section of Hiddleston Lane closest to Rockaby Road has undergone various changes over recent years. It's had at least 2 delightful light installations that I can identify, and I want to thank Hiddlestons for their contribution in that regard. And the laneway has murals at both the Rockaby and Rowland Street ends. However, it's never undergone the type of holistic end-to-end planning that will be done as a result of this project. The section beyond the pedestrianised area of Hiddleston Lane is quite unappealing. I walked it recently, and it does little to draw people through to businesses or to Rowland Street and beyond. And at night, it particularly doesn't feel safe or welcoming. The approach by Human Urban to contribute to the design and realisation of an overall plan for Hiddleston Lane represents a great opportunity for the city. Financially, we would normally have to bear the cost of this type of development on our own, so their contribution is obviously welcome. But the community buy-in to the project is also an important aspect. This is a local business wanting to invest in Subiaco in a project that will not only benefit them, but will also benefit the general public as well. I therefore support the recommendation.
Councillor De Vries.
I too support the officer recommendation to enter into an agreement with the Rockaby Asset Trust for the upgrade of Hiddleston Lane. This seems a well-considered partnership that delivers on Council Plan Project 3.3 Subi Green Walks and represents a practical and financially responsible approach to delivering high-quality public realm outcomes. And as mentioned by Councillor O'Connor, this is an award-winning program. It delivers on the Council Plan 2025 to 2035, Pillar 3, a thriving economy, Objective 2, to shape vibrant precincts through place-based projects, contemporary urban design, and activated public spaces. The key strength of this proposal is that it transfers delivery risk away from the city. Human Urban, through Rockaby Asset Trust, will take full responsibility for design, procurement and construction, whilst the city's financial contribution is capped. There is no exposure to cost overruns, variations or third-party claims. The funding agreement supports efficient use of public funds by leveraging private sector investment to deliver high-quality public realm improvements at a reduced cost to the city. So that's just one advantage. But the city retains oversight through design approvals, audit rights and compliance requirements, ensuring that public funds are protected and outcomes meet our standards. And from a placemaking perspective, the benefits are clear. The upgrade will enhance public realm amenity, improve connectivity and contribute to economic activation within the Rockaby Road precinct. It was great to hear from Ms Devani about the other projects undertaken by Human Urban and the positive benefits that are likely to result from a Subiaco Town Centre uplift in response to Rockaby development. This fits well into the council plan and Subi Green Walks to improve walkability and connectivity, support the local economy and promote Subiaco as a vibrant inner city precinct. Reducing the scope or renegotiating the agreed arrangement may be unacceptable to Rockaby Asset Trust. This creates a very real possibility of reduced private investment, delays to delivery, or the project not proceeding at all. So I please urge my fellow members to support this.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against the officer recommendation? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I don't have any issue with the development of the rear section and mid-section of Hiddleston Lane. I think the front section facing Rockaby Road just simply doesn't need it. I think it looks fabulous as it is. The paving's great. The lighting that Hiddleston kindly, generously donate is great. And the mural that's only been in place for just less than 18 months that the city paid for is also great. So I'm not suggesting that the whole lane doesn't get some love and doesn't receive some attention and some money, but I don't think the whole lane needs it. They're in three distinct sections, and the front section that fronts Rockaby sits between the two heritage buildings. Hiddleston's own one of those buildings, and so it's very appropriate that they provide the lighting. It fits with the nature of the business of the building. They go to the effort of changing the lighting depending on what's going on. I think they put up orange lights for Subi Spritz, or they're about to, and they do that each year. I had a phone call from Natalie Hiddleston today saying that she found out that this was on the agenda today, so I don't think she was aware of that until today, that it was on this month's agenda. She said they pay for the electricity themselves for the lighting. She'd be very happy and would love to continue to retain the lighting that they provide. But by the same token, if that's council's decision not to do that, she understands that as well. They actually, I didn't realise this, but they apparently have some trading licence within that laneway. She said about half the laneway they have a trading licence to operate. So I would hope that whatever happens tonight, it's not part of, I'm not putting it up as an amendment, but I would hope that they would be consulted on the design. It doesn't sound like they have been particularly consulted to date. They've certainly been asked to contribute some money financially. She said they were asked to contribute $50,000, which I think she's declined. And she said the Chan's on the other side have also been asked to contribute to the cost. You can verify that with Natalie. That's what she was advised me. So there's a historical element to this, that Hiddleston's have provided that lighting, I think, since her father died. They would love to continue it. It looks good. It's a popular place for people to take photos. I think Channel 10, she said, did some live cross with viewers asking them which laneway they preferred in Perth, and apparently Hiddleston Lane came up as the winner. So, yeah, I'm just thinking that we don't need to spend all the money on that part of Hiddleston Lane yet. We can redirect, reduce the amount of spend and direct it to where it's most needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers for the officer recommendation? Councillor Jones.
Subi Green Walks is an ongoing project and has been widely appreciated by the community in revitalising the laneways and walks off Rockaby Road, as well as winning industry awards. Canis Lane and Hiddleston Lane have been on the city's radar for future Green Walk projects, and we've allocated $150,000 in this year's budget for initial work on Hiddleston Lane. Human Urban have acquired the buildings on the south side of Hiddleston Lane and are in the process of refurbishing them. They're a well-known and well-regarded property development company who have decided to make Subiaco their base, and they are making a significant investment in their new headquarters building along Hiddleston Lane. They're now looking to partner with us in the upgrading of Hiddleston Lane, which I see as further evidence of their confidence in our good governance. They've already consulted with the city to develop a concept design for the lane which aligns with the city's Green Walks project, and which should therefore be another successful activation of the spaces along Rockaby Road. They're seeking a financial contribution of no more than $300,000 from the city for this project, in return for which they will assume full responsibility for the design, procurement and delivery of the works. The current estimate for the cost of the project is just over $500,000, but our experience with previous projects is that they often exceed our original estimates. However, since our contribution is capped at $300,000, the way I look at it is that we'll get a new green walk for substantially less than it would otherwise cost us, and we'll get it sooner than if we had to do it alone. We've planned to spend $150,000 this year on just the concept design, and for another $150,000 we get the entire project completed with no financial risk to the city. In terms of getting value for money for our ratepayers, I don't see how we could possibly do any better, and I don't think we should be trying to mess with the holistic design that they've proposed. I see this commitment by Human Urban to Subiaco as a validation of the city's approach to economic development, and I encourage the elected members to support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Okay. Councillor Burns. Did I just get really loud?
Excuse me? Did I? Have I done something? Okay, thank you. Councillors, look, I'm happy. I mean, I'm happy with this. Okay, it's going ahead. But what I'm not happy about is this boogeyman approach to it. You know what I mean? If I see one more, but maybe, you know what I mean, they won't do it, or maybe they'll run away. Maybe it's frightening for them because it's another $100,000. Come on, this is not cattle ranchers. One end is different. Okay, Councillor Johnson has an alternative. She makes a good point. They are three absolutely definitive different sections, okay? She's looking at the heritage end of it that hits Rockaby, and even if it proceeds, if you don't think this will get caught up in the eventual outcome, then you're just naive. If you think it's going to be built all down that end and then it's just going to be abandoned with the Hiddlestons hanging lanterns in it for the rest of our lives, then, I mean, sorry, you're just living in dreamland. So you're not wrong. But at the same time, what Councillor Johnson's putting forward and just saying, pull back and let's just isolate for now the heritage part of it, which is tiny, okay, compared to the length of it, and so different, you're not going to do yourself any harm. So these comments, which I believe are debate of the alternate, you know what I mean, with the boogeyman stuff, okay, I just don't even read it. If you want to, okay, don't like boogeyman, Councillor, no problems at all. I'll just say, woo, because that's outrageous.
Sorry, Councillor Burns, any comments come through the chair of any meeting? Okay, so I've made my point. Let's, any comments are not made from one councillor to another, but you've been on council long enough. But I've heard a point of order. raised by a councillor, which means we stop what we're doing and we hear what the point of order is. There's an adverse reflection. It's been a while since I had to look up such a
I do
procedural
take
motion.
offence, and I think it was just within
Point of
the
order.
realms of debate. There was no boogeyman. It was just a point. It was a speculation. I never said it was a certainty, and certainly I don't mind that I get boogied, but you know, I think we can do without that. So could you just retract that comment? Thanks.
Finish your debate, but I think it would be a lot simpler if you retracted the comment than if a member asked for the words to be recorded in the minutes, because we don't want boogeymen on the streets of Subiaco or in our minutes. So why don't you retract the statement, finish your debate?
It was directed to the administration.
Well, that's we don't make adverse comments about we don't make adverse comments about our staff either. Look, I think.
I apologise to the director, but I wasn't addressed.
Okay, well, whatever it takes to move this debate forward, please do it, and then we'll let you finish your debate. We'll finish the debate on the whole item, then we'll vote.
Do not take offence to the fact that I read into this that it's talking about boogeymen, okay?
Okay.
That's how I read it.
Okay.
I had no reflection at all to the council.
Yep, thank you. I think that has preserved order sufficiently. So that's the end of your debate? Yes, thank you, thank you. Are there any other councillors wanting to debate item C2? Okay. Yes. Yeah.
The question is there any way that an accommodation can be made that that the front section of the laneway is not included in this in the proposal that's been put forward, or would that require the alternative?
Well, the way things usually work is that we've got an officer recommendation and we debate and vote on the recommendation. If councillors aren't happy with a recommendation, they can amend or submit alternates. I note that there is an alternative which we will get to if the officer recommendation fails, but short of amending the resolution from the floor, I'm not sure that there's a solution for much fine-tuning of the resolution at this point. The deadline for submitting amendments and alternative has passed earlier in the week. Councillor O'Connor, did you want to close? I've asked the mover to close. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Mayor. Just in another question with following Councillor Powell's question, can we not move an amendment from the floor and could not?
Well, you could, but no one has, and I've asked the mover to close.
But I thought your response indicated that unless the amendment had been submitted in time, that it could not be moved from the floor.
No, I said short of moving an amendment from the floor, there wouldn't be an opportunity to change the resolution this evening. So, I think I've made that pretty clear.
Okay,
unless I don't think we're going to go back and reopen this matter. I've asked the mover to close. You've got to be quicker, Councillor Johnston.
Well, very quickly,
I've asked the mover to close. The mover will close. There's no point of order. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. The recommendation before us is to enter into an agreement with the Rockaby Asset Trust for the upgrade. It's not support or consideration of a specific design outcome at this stage, although, as Councillor Jones has mentioned, we have seen some concept plans. So in some respect, it is very similar to the civic precinct, that we have a concept, but we don't have a final outcome. So this is just to enter into the agreement at this stage. The design will come a long way down the track. I believe that the best way to get a good design outcome is for the whole of Hiddleston Lane to be considered as a single entity. I take on board that the pedestrianised section close to Rockaby Road is very attractive, and I noted that in my opening comments. It is very attractive, but the rest of it is not, and definitely needs work. And as I said before, I think the best outcome is to actually look at it as a whole and to plan accordingly across the whole length of it, and therefore I support the recommendation.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. Okay, the resolution's carried 7-2. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Before we move to the next item, I would like to move a procedural motion, 7.5C, to move to the next item of business.
So you want to go straight to C3?
Aren't we on C3?
Okay, well, thanks for shadowing that. Do I have a move and a second for the officer recommendation on C3? Councillor Jones moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Jones. I'm not going to talk with you across the room, Stephanie. Please.
This is
Councillor
a motion to
DeVries.
continue.
Sorry, Councillor Jones. I was looking at Councillor DeVries. Councillor Jones.
This is a motion to continue progressing the civic precinct project. We've presented a concept design to the community and received lots of feedback from them, some positive, some negative, and some neutral. And now this feedback has been distilled down by external experts to determine the key themes that people wanted to be addressed. As a side note, I believe there were some comments about the need to use external experts to ensure objectivity, and that's exactly what the city has done for this report. AHA Consulting has done many projects for state and local governments over the past 20 years and have the skills to provide an objective report for the city. Anyway, I won't go over all the themes in the report, but I'd like to mention one issue that was raised. There were several comments about the lack of a business case to justify the proposed design, and I think this was down to a common misconception that the city had already committed to building a particular design. It's true that we need a business case to justify our choice of any design, but there's no way that this council would ever commit to anything without first hearing from the community. Now that the community consultation is complete, it's time for the staff to incorporate those views into a set of options for this council to choose from. And those options will each include sufficient information for us to develop the business case around them. At this stage, nothing should be ruled out. These options may or may not include community facilities, new builds or refurbishments, minimal or maximal landscaping, etc. Most importantly, we must include the option of abandoning the project overall, because we need to understand the consequences if we don't consider. People are rightly concerned about the cost of the project. $64 million is a lot of money, but doing nothing also has a cost. Previous councils could have renewed the civic precinct when building costs were much lower, but they chose to kick the can down the road, and now we're faced with the consequences of those decisions. We have a derelict building at 241 Rockaby Road, which we need to do something about, even if it's just demolished and turned to parkland. And we're spending more than $1 million a year to house our staff. These are costs that we will be committing to if we don't go ahead with this project. If we decide to abandon it, there must be a robust business case for doing so, and this motion allows the staff to give us that information so that we can make the best decision for the long-term future of Subiaco, whether that is building a new admin centre or paying a landlord tens of millions of dollars over the next 50 years. We know what people in the community think. We know that we need somewhere to house our staff for the next 50 years plus. We know that we have to do something with a derelict administration building. We have architects, quantity surveyors and other experts ready to advise us, and our staff are poised to prepare a comprehensive set of options for us. Let them do their jobs so that we can do ours.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. I want to start by thanking all those people who made submissions or signed petitions or shared their views with me and other councillors in other ways. Thank you for taking the time to engage. Thank you also to the people who spoke today and who've spoken at other times. It takes courage to stand up and be heard. Rest assured, we are listening. Council took a very deliberate decision with this project to have a concept plan that we would go out to community consultation on. The aim was to have something for people to talk about rather than asking people to comment in a vacuum, which would be the alternative. They are just concept plans. They were not and are not intended to be a final plan. And as a concept plan, they have certainly served their purpose well and generated lots of discussion. As we've heard tonight, there is a diversity of views about this project, how big it should be, what functions it should have, what impact there should be on Rankin Gardens, how much it should cost, and what other options there might be. There is a lot for councillors to consider. And for the record, in addition to the AHA report, we have copies of all the individual submissions as well to read through. It is important that we take time to fully consider in detail the community feedback and look at what that means for different options at the existing site. There have also been some really creative suggestions about housing our administration elsewhere that we should investigate. Sorry, I'll move closer to the microphone. There's also the issue of community space and needs to factor into our considerations. As somebody said tonight, the world around us continues to also present challenges, so it's important that we reflect on what that might mean for us locally, particularly in terms of building costs, insofar as that's even possible. So I see the next stage of this process as one of leaving no stone unturned in our investigations. And I believe the next steps are well set out in the recommendation and will provide council with both the time and information we need to make decisions. I understand the community's desire for transparency around this project, and as deliberations progress, we can bring key decisions back to council, as we've done in the past over the years that council has been considering the future of 241 Rockaby Road. But I don't see that it's necessary or prudent to lock those in here and now, because we're only at the very early stages of considering the various options. I also think it's premature to start excising areas from our consideration. That is not to say that I support the demolition of the Rose Furman Centre or significant changes to Rankin Gardens. It's just that I'm not ready to form an opinion on those sites as part of this project right now. I want more time to consider the impacts and options. I also think it would be premature to end the contract or significantly pause the contract with our design team. I think councillors will find it very helpful to see renderings of different options and outcomes in our workshop sessions going forward, work that can only be provided by the design team. It's essential that we take a prudent and measured approach to this project, and therefore I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to move a procedural motion under 7.5C to move to the next item of business.
Do you have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Burns seconding. Okay. Councillor Johnston, did you want to speak to the procedural motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have requested moving to the next item of business because the alternates and amendments for this OCM on this item, or for the whole OCM actually, were only distributed to councillors around midday today. So it's provided very little time for everyone to have read them and digested them fully and got across them. People have other commitments, some people work. Not everyone's sitting at a laptop reading everything that comes through on the day. Councillor Pine's reasons for her alternate were not accepted and not distributed to other councillors to review and were not made public. The reasons for that, she submitted them late in the day thinking that that was acceptable based on previous months, what was acceptable last month. So they haven't been seen by other councillors to consider. Given the complexity, importance and potential scale of this capital works project, I think it's prudent that we defer it to the next month to allow elected members to fully understand the alternatives and their reasons and consequences. Late this afternoon, there were also emails between staff and some councillors as to how the different alternates could be considered procedurally. This evening, we've also heard from community members with various statements and questions, which we should also have time to be able to consider. I urge fellow councillors to vote to move to the next item and to give us adequate time for everyone to be across the alternatives, their justifications, and be able to make a fully informed decision on this important large-scale capital project.
Okay, I'll call the vote on the procedural motion. Okay, just make sure that everyone votes. That would have been enough for the motion to fail, but we'll do the right thing. Can everyone cast their vote? Okay, now I've got 8 votes. Have you cast? Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll call the vote again.
My bad.
Okay, the procedural motion is carried 5-4. We'll move on. Okay, C4, local government reform, the code of conduct for council members, committee members and candidates. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation? Okay, Councillor Pine's moving. Councillor O'Connor seconding. Councillor Pine.
I support the...
Sorry, maybe we'll just adjourn the meeting until we've got everyone, all the councillors back in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, let's adjourn. Resume the meeting at 8:11. Okay, we're up to C4. Yep. Councillor Pine, did you want to speak to the item?
I support the officer's recommendation. We have to update the code of conduct as per the legislation requirements. So I have nothing else to say. Thank you. So I support the officer's recommendation.
Okay, Councillor O'Connor, nothing to say. Does anyone else want to debate this item? Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, so there are significant changes in the Code of Conduct, and I think it's important that we are all aware of the role of the inspector in future. So just urging fellow councillors to be aware of some of the changes. We know of recent cases where the inspectors have come in and obviously that's not a bad thing, but also it probably means that there's a bit of dysfunction. So just to be aware of those, and I really, obviously supporting is a no-brainer, but I just think we need to have that conversation around what are some of the significant changes and some of the requirements, such as attending workshops, and just the fact that we do have more oversight than we had previously. I think that is beholden on us to be aware of why that's come about, and obviously not think that we'd be immune from having inspectors come out, even though we've had a really fantastic track record. It's always possible that any perceived dysfunction might come down to perceived, not actual. Anyway, thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, Councillor Pine, you can close if you'd like. I'll call the vote. Everyone just remember to vote. I had 8 votes that time. And I'll call it again. Does everyone have a button that's showing up in a colour? Yes. That means you've voted. Well, don't tell us how you voted, but yeah, so if you've got one that's green or red, it means you've cast your vote. If they're both grey, then you haven't. Okay, yeah. I've got 9 votes and the item's carried unanimously. Okay, the mid-year budget review on agenda item C6. Do I have a mover and a second? Oh yes, C5, the Walgett consultation for the local government electoral reforms. I've got the officer recommendation and at least one alternative. An alternative which we may or may not get to. We'll start with the officer recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder for C5?
Just to get it on the table, yeah, I will.
Councillor De Vries, thank you. Was that a seconder? Councillor Jones. Seconding, Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, as I said, to get it on the table. Look, we know that these government reforms have been in the works since the Walgett conference last year when I heard the minister speak on it. I've always thought it's perhaps a fait accompli. I'm in two minds. Sometimes I'm like, yep, it's going to be great. We're going to have change that's going to give us people voting. With 29% of the community voting, it seems to be only a certain demographic who go out there, and you would know, so those of you who recently participated in an election, you would have door-knocked hundreds and hundreds of people, and only 20% of those people come to vote. That is a positive for compulsory voting. We also know of concerns around fears that things will lead to party politics. Well, let me tell you here, right now, that's already happening, so it won't change. I think it's a little bit of hyperbole to say that we'll have stacked councils. I think when we have independent thinking communities, they will remain so. But what I do and what I am open to is hearing debate, because I definitely have some I swing a little bit to the negative in terms of compulsory voting, but I do like the idea of 4-year terms. 4-year terms will enable us to have continuity. Staff are always practically finishing a cycle, then we go into another caretaker period. I've been through a few years on council now. I know what's happened is that we've lost some of our cultural capital, some of our decision making just suddenly goes off in another direction. It is quite important to have that continuity. And I think that's something I will fully support, but I look forward to hearing some debate tonight on the other issue.
Councillor Jones. Okay, any speakers against? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I think it's important. Obviously, Walga have asked us to make a comment and give feedback to them. They want to know our reasons for our decisions, not just sending them back a response without any rationale. Thank you to the staff. They've put together in attachment 1 their decision and their reasons. And you know, that all seems valid. I don't know where the statistic comes from. Maybe someone could elaborate where the stat comes from on the spill, with it being fairly even either way on a 2-year or a 4-year spill. Would anyone have where that stat comes from?
I'll take that as a question through the chair. Director Corporate Services.
Thank you, Presiding Member, and thanks for the question. I believe, and I'll check in a minute, that it was provided as part of the Walga paper in terms of background information, and Local Government Professionals Australia has also collected the same information with the same conclusion.
Okay, Councillor Johnston, if you want to resume your debate.
Yeah, thank you for that. For me, whether it's a 2-year spill or a 4-year spill, I think I'm fairly ambivalent, actually. I could be swayed either way. And I note the officer's comments around that there's no burning platform issue associated with the current 2-year half-spill approach. I guess my concerns around the 4-year would be around, and with compulsory voting, is around cost, resourcing, managing that. I do prefer voluntary voting. I think the community prefers it, and I think it's less likely to go down the path of the political parties putting in a candidate and payrolling a candidate and having that whole professional arm behind people. I think voluntary voting, it forces people that are genuinely interested in being on council and taking part in community issues. It forces them into door knocking, as many of the people here have done. I haven't had the pleasure of it, but many others have, and it keeps them in touch with the community. And they're not competing always. Sometimes they are, and I take Councillor De Vree's point that the last election saw some of that coming in here with party-backed candidates, and it makes it very hard for community members that aren't party-backed.
Point of order, sorry, can I just make a point of order? I just wish to clarify that I wasn't referring to our council, so I just wish to make that point, sorry.
Take it as a personal explanation. Councillor Johnston, please. Okay,
that's really, I guess, that's my view. I think I certainly lean towards voluntary voting, and I'm on the fence on the spill term. Thanks.
Question from Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Just for clarification here, I'm having trouble understanding, are we talking about what we think the state should be doing, or are we talking about what Subiaco should be doing? Because I would have thought, is what the state's doing germane to us, or should we just be dealing here with what our realm is? What do we want Subiaco to be doing, or are we trying to somehow step into what's happening across the metropolitan area? I don't even know that the country council is going to be caught up in this, but can somebody tell me that? I don't know what we're talking about.
Well, we're talking about electoral reform that will apply to us and other local governments. So I understand the resolution to be one where we state Subiaco's preferred position on the basis that that will inform Walga's consultation response, which in turn gets submitted to the state.
Thank you, I appreciate it. That's what I'm saying, yeah. So my decision is talking about what I think is best for Subiaco, not what I, delving into what's happening in the state, whether I hold some opinions on it. That's all I wanted to know for now, thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Take speakers for or against. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Yeah, look, I was the mover of the decision back in 2024 when we previously stated our position, which was that our preference was to support 2-year terms and voluntary voting. I think my perception has changed somewhat since my term on council has progressed. And I now see less of an issue with 4-year terms and a spill every 4 years. I think partly because I've witnessed now a couple of elections and I can see the work and the cost involved and the disruption to some extent in that 2-year cycle. There's a lot of time taken onboarding new councillors. That's an impost on staff, a necessary impost on staff to bring people up to speed. I was in a privileged position where, being elected unopposed, I had a 6-week induction period before the election. That is not typical. And I feel very much for new councillors having to be brought up to speed while things are happening. I think I'm reassured by that figure of the continuity, the number of councillors that continue on when you have those 4-year spills. So my thinking is more around that, supporting that going forward. However, I still don't support compulsory voting. I'm not sure that that's where I particularly want to go. I share Councillor Johnson's concerns and Councillor De Vries's concerns about the politicisation of local politics. I don't think that compulsory voting would necessarily result in better councillors. I think we demonstrate quite well ourselves what good councillors we get from the 30% odd that turn up and vote for us. So I think you can have very good decision makers with only 30% of a turnout. So I would prefer to stick with voluntary voting.
All right, any other speakers? Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Look, very briefly, councillors, whether you're for it or against it, I can assure you one thing, right? If you change from the current situation, forgetting the spill terms and everything else, but just this, it solely relates to whether it's voluntary or it's compulsory. And don't think this is not a slight to anybody here or anything else, but if the state moves to compulsory voting, the nature of the councils will change. Okay, you'll get a different sort of council. I'm not saying that's good or bad. Okay, but I guarantee you, councils will be different. So I'm not telling you how to vote or anything else, but I'm just promise you. Okay, and I've been around a long time, and I've also worked in other countries and everything else where all sorts of different supplies, and it is just assured. Okay, you alter it, it'll be different. Right? That's all. Thanks.
Councillor Pine.
Likewise, I don't have a problem with 4-year spill. 2 years, I think, is quite frequent and does provide, obviously, more work for the city to onboard councillors, and also the period of instability. If you had a 4-year spill, at least you'd have business continuity for 4 years. So I definitely would support the 4 years. Compulsory, I don't support. I would prefer for voting to remain voluntary for a couple of reasons. It gives people who do want to vote do get actually engaged, so it does create better engagement as opposed to compulsory, where in compulsory election people will turn up and actually tick a box, and usually they'll vote with their feet and vote for a certain political party, because whether they agree with what's happening around them or not. So what Councillor Burns was saying, it will change the council makeup, absolutely. So my preference would be certainly 4-year spill with voluntary voting.
Any other speakers? Councillor Fife.
Yeah, look, I concur with both Councillor Pine and Councillor O'Connor that the voluntary voting is preferable. I think we serve an electorate or a community that are focused on very much local issues, and that people that give a damn about those local issues vote. They're engaged. They ask questions. You get unlike the surveys that we got 5% or whatever it was, we get 30% turnout, which I think means that people are engaged. People that do give a damn get out there, they vote, they communicate with their local member. And I think the local government model at the moment with the voluntary voting ensures that there's a very close connection between elected members and their communities that are accessible, that communicate with each other. So I think we should keep it that way, and I don't mind either way about whether it's a 2-year spill or a 4-year spill. I note that I've come on recently, and I hope all this talk about the 4-year spill is not directed at the amount of work that it's taken to onboard me personally. I feel a little bit insecure about that.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Powell.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mayor, but I'm just looking at the what the recommendation is. And look, it seems to me that you've got some people favouring compulsory voting, some people favouring, spill elections every 4 years. How do we actually get to the point then, if people believe in favour one but don't favour the other? How do we actually get to? So it would require voting down the officer recommendation and going to the alternative. Thank you. That's all I want to know.
Let's quickly enter the debate. I don't support the officer recommendation because I'm not sure that anything's changed since the City of Subiaco last resolved a position on this matter. Councillor De Vries, did you want to close?
I'm not saying this is considering how I'll vote, but I just think it's worth pointing out that compulsory voting does give local government elections a sense of legitimacy, and it makes people have a buy-in. So at the moment we find decreasing numbers, particularly in regional parts of WA, and that's why a lot of country councils support compulsory voting, because they've got really, really low voting rates. And I think this is why Walga's considering it. So it's more like it doesn't happen to us, but I think that's something that they will be considering is in the long term, like how to get people out. And I also feel like it's disappointing that young people don't have a buy-in or feel they have a buy-in, but I think, it may be iterative and those processes need to be considered. So that's just another point that I wish to make, but not an indication of how I'll vote. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the vote on the officer recommendation now. Okay, the motion's lost on a vote of 1 to 8, so we'll move to the alternate. Submitted by Councillor Johnston with some blank spaces. Councillor Johnston, how did you want to move your motion? If you suggest what those missing details might be, we'll see if we've got a seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. So, City of Subi feedback to be provided to Walga to inform advocacy positions on the proposed local government electoral reforms as detailed below. 1, voting in local government elections is preferred to be, and do you want me to state what? Okay, is preferred to be voluntary? Yeah. Or do you want...
State the whole thing, but as discussed before the meeting, when it's time to cast a vote, I'll break it down into 4 votes so that we can see where the consensus lies and take things from there. But I think given that you've submitted the alternative in its full form, if you tell us what you contemplated at points 1, 2, 3 and 4, we'll see if there's a seconder. And then we'll get the debate on your alternative underway.
Okay, thank you. This was a little bit more complex to put together, I would say, than I initially thought. But I think we got there with the help of governance staff, particularly Hayley and Director Wollaston. So the first one would be voluntary then, if I'm putting something in. The reasons can be drawn from the reasons below. Spill elections are preferred to be held every, I will say 2 years. I don't know. For a 4-year council member term, and the reasons as below. Thank you.
Excellent. So basically that's the polar opposite of what we just voted down. So that makes sense from where I'm sitting. Do I have a seconder for the resolution? Councillor Burns, thank you. Councillor Johnston.
I don't think I need to say anything, thanks.
Councillor Burns. Anyone? Councillor Jones.
One of the things I love about Subiaco is that our wards are small enough for independent candidates to be able to knock on every door and have meaningful conversations with every resident. I believe that this means that elected members can have a real connection with their community in a way which fosters engagement and allows us to represent them much more effectively. If you contrast this with the more populous local government areas, you'll see that there are very few independent councillors, the vast majority are affiliated with major political parties because candidates need their resources in order to run their election campaigns. It's my view that amalgamations are a way for political parties to take over local councils, and I'm concerned that compulsory voting may also favour the political parties. The argument in favour of compulsory voting is that it provides a result which better reflects the actual distribution of community opinion. I'm not sure that this is true. We currently get a turnout of around 30%, which indicates to me that the majority of electors are highly disengaged from the election process. If they were forced to vote, I suspect their choice would essentially be random, and when presented with a voting slip with 7 or 8 names that they don't recognise, a voter may just rely on a candidate's party affiliation to make their choice. I suspect that compulsory voting is a stalking horse for political parties to get more direct control of local governments, and for that reason I prefer optional voting for local government elections. I'm more relaxed about the prospect of full spill elections. The main argument in favour of half spills is that it guarantees continuity. But in the case of full spill elections, I think there are likely to be sufficient numbers of continuing councillors to provide that continuity. Additionally, full spills, as was pointed out, reduce the disruption required to onboard new councillors. So I'd be happy to support full spills.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak?
Can I see the resolution up on the screen? See what they're actually, what point 1, 2, 3, and 4 actually say?
I'm sure that can be arranged. Yep, okay, you should be able to see it now. Councillor Burns, you seconded but didn't speak earlier.
Yeah, so just...
There's not really a provision in the standing orders to go back and have someone speak if they didn't. Yeah, I think we probably know where this is headed. Councillor Johnston.
Could I just ask a question through you, Mayor?
Sure.
Is there any expectation or is there any connection between the 4-year spill term and compulsory voting? Like if we voted in a 4-year spill, does that sort of lean towards state government making voting compulsory, or are they completely independent? I just wondered if staff have a feeling on that.
I think the CEO wouldn't mind me relaying what he advised me a second ago, and that is they're separate matters and we can vote on them individually. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, just a question through you, Mayor McMullen. With this recommendation that's before us, how is there any capacity to vote to support four-year spills? Would that have to require an amendment to Councillor Johnston's alternative?
What I'll do is, when the debate's finished, I'll break down the motion into 4 separate questions and we'll vote on each of those individually. So there will be a vote on whether local government elections should be voluntary and the reasons for that, and then a separate vote on whether spill elections would be held every 2 years and the reasons for that. And if we end up without a council position on both of those points, we might try and fashion a solution with the help of our governance staff. But let's call the vote, break it down into 4 questions. Councillor Fife.
So, question, if we vote down 2 years, does that not automatically assume a voting of 4 years? Because there's only 2 choices.
We might not have a position.
It's an A or B scenario, isn't it? It's like if you don't want A, you want B.
No, look, I don't think it does necessarily assume that. We might have a completely different, weird and wonderful position, which is why you would resolve one or the other, or nothing at all.
All right.
Look, if it's lost, we'll be able to move something to pass a council resolution on the bit that we haven't formed consensus on.
Okay.
At the time of the vote. Just to confirm, yes, if you spoke on the officer recommendation and it failed, this is a new motion, so you're welcome to debate it. We've heard from Councillors Johnston. Well, yes, we didn't hear from Councillor Burns. Heard from Councillor Jones. Is there anyone still wanting to debate? Councillor De Vries. Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, great. Look, we're going to decide on what we decide, and it's going to go back to Walga, and Walga are going to go, yep, and this is what we're going to do. But I still think we should have our say. So it's great that we're having this discussion. I just wanted to point out a couple of things. I think we're not talking about amalgamations where we lose our small community wards. We're not talking about losing our independence. We're not talking about big pay packets, which they get in the eastern states. So people are like, yay, I'll run. We are given a modest allowance, so it attracts the right kind of person who wants to do it because they have a community focus. So, and I think that won't change, even if it became compulsory, just to, thinking ahead. I do think it's important that we maintain our integrity and our autonomy, but I also do not want to see the community become less engaged, and that concerns me. So if we go for not compulsory voting, I do hope that we continue to work hard to engage the community and make sure that we have a proper process to get more people voting. And finally, I think the 4-year terms are just a good idea. Spills actually send people out on the streets, engaging with the community, and having just done a whole 2 months of door knocking in the state elections, I can tell you it's incredibly beneficial. As anybody who recently ran and had to door knock, you really get a feel and a vibe for what's going on in the community. And I feel that that's something to really put your thinking caps on. Perhaps Councillor Johnston would consider an amendment on that one. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to debate? Councillor Powell.
Yes, look, I'll make it quite brief. I am in favour of 2-year spills. I think there's quite a benefit to come from continuity of councillors passing on information that they've gained during their first 2 years. and I think that is then a progressive thing. I think that does aid stability. And I'm also in favour of voluntary voting. I think, when people come out to vote, then you know that they're actually voting for not because they've been told they have to, but because they want to be part of the process. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. And very briefly, I just wanted to elaborate on the comments that I made before. One of my thoughts in relation to supporting two-year spills previously was because I felt that it was a way to address the potential for dysfunctional councils. If you have an election every 2 years, you have the opportunity to refresh, renew, perhaps reduce that dysfunction if that's something that you're suffering from as a local council. However, since then, there are new regulations that have brought in the inspectors and also the monitors. And the role of the monitor is to, as the name says, monitor behaviour and ensure that councils are actually functioning in a way that is consistent with the code of conduct and is respectful and productive. So that also, to some extent, has allayed my concerns about 4-year spills, which is why I'm leaning more towards supporting 4-year spills over 2-year spills.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to debate? Okay. Councillor Johnston, did you want to close?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I think everyone's sort of summed up their position. Clearly, there's seems to be that people generally perhaps favour voluntary voting. On the spills, I think I'm persuaded to go 2 yearly because I think that you do get that renewal every 2 years, and despite there being a monitor, it's not something you want to be in that space that you're having to get a monitor in to freshen up and renew your council. And I think that's a really healthy thing to have that renewal every 2 years, in my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I will now call the vote, and as foreshadowed, there will be 4 separate votes on points 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yeah, and we'll just get the wording up again. Okay. All right, we're voting on, firstly, I'll call the vote on point 1. Voting in local government elections is preferred to be voluntary. I'll put that question to the vote. Okay, point 1 is carried 8-1. Point 2, that the reasons for this position on whether voting is compulsory are as follows, and there's points A, B, C and D taken from the supporting reasons submitted by Councillor Johnston. I'll put that question to the vote. Thank you, councillors. That is carried unanimously. We will now move to point 3, that spill elections are preferred to be held every 2 years. for 4-year council member terms? I'll put that question to the vote. Okay, that point is carried 5-4. Finally, point 4 of the resolution, the reasons for this position on the frequency of elections are as follows. Similar to point 2, there will be some listed reasons consistent with Councillor Johnston's submission. We might just get those up on the screen as well. Okay, so in support of point 4, there were points A, B, C and D submitted. Does that sound right, Councillor? Was there any more at the bottom of the screen? We're about to vote on the supporting reasons that were submitted ahead of time in relation to a point that we've just resolved to carry. The question is, though, press the microphone.
Yeah, the question was really, is it possible to add an additional reason to the list of reasons that have been put together?
Not at this stage. It's been moved and seconded and debated. We're going to call the vote now.
Okay.
I'll call the vote on point 4. Okay, that's carried 9-0. It's carried unanimously. So thank you, councillors. We've got a resolution to provide feedback to Walga on the terms essentially submitted by Councillor Johnston. So thank you, everyone, for that. That takes us to item C6, the mid-year budget review for 2025 and 2026. Do I have a mover and a seconder? This requires an absolute majority. Councillor Jones, thank you. Moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Powell. Councillor Jones.
The City is required by law to review its budget at the start of the calendar year, and staff have identified several adjustments which need to be made. In particular, while expenditures have increased by 1.3 million, this is more than offset by an increase in revenue of 2.4 million. Importantly, the amendments continue to provide a balanced budget, demonstrating the City's commitment to financial prudence. I commend the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Powell. Nothing. Any other speakers? Okay, I'll put that one straight to the vote then. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, on a vote of 9-0. C7 was carried as part of the en bloc vote. There were no elected member motions submitted with notice. No business of an urgent nature that I'm aware of. Therefore, I'll seek a mover and a seconder for a procedural motion to close the meeting pursuant to section 5.234E of the Local Government Act and Regulation 4, capital A, paragraph A of the Local Government Administrative Regulations 1996. Do I have a mover and a seconder to for the procedural motion to close the meeting? Councillor Johnston and Councillor O'Connor, thank you. I'll put that to the vote now. Okay, the procedural motion's carried 8-0. Therefore, we'll close the meeting. Lloyd, if you see any councillors in the Okay, councillors, we're back out from behind closed doors, and I confirm that council resolved a number of confidential matters, and I'll read those out now. On AR1, it was resolved that the annual audit strategy for the city's annual financial statements for the year ending 30 June 2026 is noted. On AR2, the payroll internal audit review is noted. On AR3, the audit actions register update is noted. On AR4, the internal review of the city's compliance calendar is noted. On AR5, the cybersecurity roadmap update and the penetration testing results are noted. And on 13.1, it was resolved as follows: that the City of Subiaco gives local public notice of its intention to dispose of property consistent with Attachment 1 as amended, that the deadline for public submissions is a date not less than 2 weeks after the notice is first given, that any disposal is to include special conditions consistent with those set out in Attachment 1 as amended, and any public submissions received in response to the local public notice are tabled at a future meeting for council to consider in deciding whether to proceed with the proposed disposition. Council, that brings us to the end of the meeting, so I therefore declare the ordinary council meeting of the 24th of March 2026 closed at 9:42 p.m. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, staff.